Are we ready? 6 o'clock?
Yes.
All right, we're ready to go. All right, good evening. As we get ready to call this special meeting to order at 6 p.m., I thank you all the attendees and the council members and staff for joining us this evening. At first, I want to go ahead and have Ann, the city clerk, do our roll call. Ann?
Councilmember Jordan.
Here.
Councilmember McQuaid.
Here.
Councilmember Nason.
Here.
Sorry, Councilmember Tiedemann.
Here.
Vice Mayor Jordan. He's here. And Mayor Gary.
Here. Thank you, Ann. I appreciate it. So now we're getting ready to start our study session. We're down to 2-1 on encroachment permit process for semi-permit outdoor dining. We're going to start with the staff report, but before we begin that report, I just want everyone to be mindful and just that we take time to actively listen to everyone, make sure that we're respectful in our comments as I'm speaking to the participants in this. And we just want to make sure that this is a very productive meeting so we can move to a resolution that'll be conducive for everyone in this community. With that said, Ann and Jeff, will you go ahead and provide the staff report?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you. My name is Jeff Bond, the Community Development Director. So as I think everyone knows, various restaurants along Solano Avenue have been utilizing the public parking area along Solano Avenue for outdoor seating for their patrons for a number of months until recently. City approval has been in the form of an encroachment permit, which authorizes the use of city-owned property for an activity or an event. Encroachment permits are for temporary work, are generally approved by city staff, and are very commonly issued for construction, often utility work, so on and so forth. It's been staff's practice in recent years to bring requests for more permanent encroachments into the city right away to the city council for consideration. And examples of that recently include retaining walls and access ramps. And the action and the discussion before you this evening is how to address outdoor dining installations that might be characterized as semi-permanent. So again, as everyone knows, I think since this summer, there has been a series of statewide and county health orders that resulted in changes over time for the operations of our local restaurants. Under the current restrictions that came out early in December, restaurants are limited to providing takeout and delivery service only. When that health order came out, this is a statewide order, Ann and I emailed restaurants letting them know that they were welcome to keep their installations in place while not in use, or to remove them to make vehicle parking available and then reinstall them when outdoor dining is reinstated, hopefully in January. It's generally accepted that takeout only is not a sustainable business model for restaurants that typically provide table service. And accommodating outdoor dining in some form over the next months will be critical to their survival. There are a variety of approaches available to reviewing and regulating these kind of outdoor installations. And I'll just kind of touch on a few along the points along the spectrum. First, we can continue to work at the staff level with individual applicants to resolve any potential issues. We could completely restrict the use of the outdoor dining area for permanent or semi-permanent structures, but continue to allow them for more temporary structures or awnings or tents or things of that nature. And we could also bring these more permanent or semi-permanent installations to the city council on a case-by-case basis. And then finally, the other aspect of this that is be good to get some city council direction would be on the handling of enforcement of violations. I should mention that in addition to city requirements, there are a variety of other regulatory agencies that are involved in outdoor dining. Alameda County Environmental Health Department regulates food safety. They're also involved in ensuring compliance with the Alameda County Public Health Officer Order. There's the California Alcoholic Beverage Control, ABC, who regulates the service and sale of alcohol. And the heating and electrical aspects of these installations are subject to the California Building Code. And then finally, it should be mentioned that these installations do affect the routine street maintenance that we would do, and increase the risk of debris and litter and so forth getting into the storm drains during winter months. As I mentioned, direction from the City Council would be helpful with respect to the enforcement of violations. I realize that it's frustrating to observe blatant violations of procedures or conditions of approval, but to be honest with you, we have not been aggressive in imposing fines, and I think this is consistent with the practice that most government agencies are taking with respect to COVID violations. And to go further with that, as an example, some of the examples that you were provided with and some of the emails that came in advance of this agenda item are examples of not of different regulations in different cities. They're just examples of more restrained enforcement in other cities. Basically, all cities have these same requirements. They evolve out of state law. Then finally, I want to mention briefly to acknowledge that as part of the City Council's action in July, there was direction given to introduce some traffic calming measures. Typically, traffic calming measures involve some sort of hardscape treatment, speed humps or bulb outs or something of that nature. Those aren't practical in this situation on Solano Avenue. So we've been looking into signage, and unfortunately, there's no standard stock sign that really visually communicates this type of an installation in the roadway. So we have special ordered some signs. They recently came in, and when outdoor dining is reinstated by the health officer, we'd be prepared to install those signs. I'll stop at this point and be happy to answer any questions from the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Ann, did you want to add anything on this as well?
I don't have anything to add at this time.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm going to bring it back to the council for any questions to staff. All right, Vice Mayor Jordan.
Thank you very much. I was curious, Director Bond, you mentioned the images that were included in one of the letters, the letter from Albany Inside Out, I believe was the only one that had images of semi-permanent structures that are located in other jurisdictions. Do those, I mean, obviously not actually going and seeing them, do those comply or do they have violations?
Some of those are in the neighborhood I live in, so I'm familiar with them. I recognize them. And the enclosures are almost certainly, the installations are more enclosed than what would be allowed by the county health department. And also when they're in operation, there are heaters that are clearly a blatant violation of the California Fire Code. And so those are not being enforced in Oakland. Those, at least a couple of them were on College Avenue. And those right now are not being enforced apparently in Oakland.
Thanks. Yeah, I was wondering about the enclosure. Could you speak to the, if you can, to the content of the semi-custom signs? I don't know, shape, color, messaging.
Unfortunately, Justin Freed's not available this evening. He did the work on that. It was kind of a combination of picking graphics that might typically be used more for a campground or a picnic area or something like that, and matching it up with more of a warning color scheme to that, where you would normally a picnic ground ahead would be on a brown background, and this was something more on a yellow background, I believe. But unfortunately, he's out of the office unexpectedly, so I don't have an image of that to share with you this evening. But I'd be happy to get back to you.
You painted an image with words that I can put in my mind. Sounds creative. I look forward to seeing that. Do you know where approximately or how those might be posted?
Again, Justin has some, we ordered 4 of them, and he had some specific ideas, you know, obviously half a block or a block before approaching the main areas where there's a lot of activity. So okay. We'll get 2 in each direction.
So it'd be on an existing pole or post?
Ideally, there aren't a lot of opportunities to add. But again, I don't recall the details of that.
Sure.
But I can get that for you in the future, certainly.
Okay. Yeah, I would be interested in that. Thanks. And then you mentioned direction from the council on violation enforcement, or lax enforcement, I guess, would be helpful. I may have missed it. I don't recall seeing a recommendation from staff on what its preferences is, or a menu of options that we might consider. But again, I might have missed it.
No, you didn't miss it. I didn't make any specific recommendations in that regard. At this point, we haven't, there is one installation that we asked that construction stop because it was a more semi-permanent structure. And we felt like that was just way beyond the requirements or the parameters that were provided by the council previously. So, you know, in general, we really want to be able to take a collaborative approach to these things. That doesn't always work. Sometimes people take advantage of that. And in other contexts, sometimes we have to find people, but we're not doing that now. These are restaurants that are under a great deal of financial stress and personal stress too. I don't think that is going to contribute to anybody's, and they're all in situations that they don't want to be in. Examples where we do find is, for example, if you start work without a building permit, we do have a process in place to find people, and we do that pretty regularly. And that's usually when people knowingly avoid pulling permits as kind of a business strategy, if you will. They make a business decision not to do that. And we find them for that if they're in that kind of a mode.
Has that, I think you're speaking generally, has that been an issue in this program? And also, just to tack onto that, have you found that there's, without obviously naming any particular individuals or businesses, have you found that if there's been recalcitrance when there is a problem and staff offers to discuss it and try to work it out?
I think there have been a number of examples of installations that have gone in that have exceeded the parameters of our conditions of approval. Certainly, we have not allowed any heaters, and there are heaters up and down the street. Just one example, and we have communicated that on a number of occasions, but we haven't kind of been more forceful about making sure that they're removed.
Okay, that sounds like a topic for deliberation. Thank you very much. That was very helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other council member? Councilmember Nason?
Yeah. Have you received complaints from the public, or are these things you've observed by looking things over?
We have heard from representatives of other businesses that have expressed concerns about the impact of these installations. I haven't heard, I can't think, and maybe Anne can think of one that it's not popping into my mind. I don't think we've heard complaints. Well, we haven't heard complaints about the installations themselves. I think we have heard a few occasions where people are just concerned about the distancing, the compliance with the physical distancing requirements. But in terms of the impacts of the installations themselves, I think the greatest concern we've heard is the impact on vehicle parking from that might be impacting other businesses.
Councilmember McQuaid.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions to start. You mentioned the lack of enforcement on things like heaters. And I guess maybe my question really will go down to Mala. So a heater falls over and somebody gets hurt. What's our liability on that?
Well, we'll have an encroachment permit, I presume, and that has indemnification requirements. And indemnification is only so good as the insurance that the restaurants have themselves, right? So that's where it'll all get tied up in. So that's probably the trickiest of all the issues in terms of safety is the heaters.
I know the business owner signed the encroachment permit. Is there any liability to the property owner who may or may not have any idea what's going on in their business? on their property? Are they also liable?
I would suspect any lawsuit would name as many parties as possible: the property owner, the lessee, the city, maybe even the county. I just think they would name as many people for just trying to get the right group that has the most money, to be honest. But yes, there could be some liability associated with the property owner, and I don't know if that would somehow, if there would be violations of the lease, but the city wouldn't be privy to that information.
Right, thank you. And another question, I think it's important to figure out what our definitions are. And maybe Jeff, you could clarify that this perhaps is correct. Semi-permanent is lasting for a long time, but not permanent. And temporary is lasting for a limited time. And I would assume these are all temporary because they will at some point end, maybe a year from now, but they're not semi-permanent. It seems like we shouldn't be using these terms interchangeably and we should have one term. Does that make sense to put it into a question?
I think it's a good, whether it's a question or a comment, I think it's a good one that we should define these terms very carefully. In the way I was thinking about it, it was more the amount of time and effort that would be involved in moving something. So if it's a tent or some umbrellas and some wine barrels, that could be moved pretty quickly. It might be inconvenient, but that can be moved pretty quickly. A wood frame structure that's 20 or 30 feet long and 10 or 12 feet wide with a roof, that's a bigger task to dismantle it in order to move it.
Thank you.
Any other questions from any council members? All right, I'll go ahead and open it up to the public. Before I do, I would ask that the public will raise your hand, the little blue icon, and let's see how many we have in comment. So far, I see 2. Is that what you see, Ann? 3?
Yes.
All right, go ahead and open it up with Jeremiah.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council. It's a wonderful first meeting. My public comment on this has always been safety, right? Always safety. I remember when these parking spaces came out and turned into restaurants, outdoor dining, I had some reflective tape and I put some reflective tape on the barrels. And a couple weeks later, the city said, hey, maybe we should put some cones out. You know, so finally the city did something with safety. So that's great. But, you know, these AC Transit buses and these buses drive so fast down Solano, right next to people eating. And it's so dangerous. If there were an accident, the bus would just run over people. And it's a barrel is not a barricade. You know, what's the price of what's someone's life worth? You know, I mean, it's wonderful. These businesses got to make money, but is money worth someone dying? Because all the money in the world can't bring that person back to life. I would love people to eat outdoors. You know, and it's winter time. It's probably going to be raining soon. So that's probably not going to go good anyway. I mean, we're just dealing with the COVID. We're dealing with this situation the best we can. And, you know, if it's about money, I don't know what it's about. But right now, due to Alameda County, there's no more outdoor dining. And probably for a good reason, because I witnessed so many people outdoor dining, not even wearing masks. I mean, just on Solano, they're sitting on the sidewalk. They're not wearing masks. It's spreading the virus, right? So, I mean, I'm not speaking against business owners or anything like that. But, you know, it's a good idea to pull these outdoor dining things indoors or off the streets. That way there's more parking available for the businesses. It's the holidays. You got people going to the spice shop to get spices right here on Talbot. And it's hard to find parking, you know, and our traffic police, our parking people, I witnessed today this lady, she's out of town visiting Albany for the holidays, and she parked her car in Solano, and the ticket lady, Anna, was trying to give her a ticket, and the lady saying, hey, please, I'm moving my car right now. There's no compassion, there's no forgiveness with the police department. Now this one lady is upset and it ruined her holidays. So if it's about the money, I don't know what about the money is, but it's about having compassion for the residents and for our visitors, make our city look nice. So outdoor dining's closed. Hey, we should turn all these outdoor dinings into homeless shelters, temporary homeless shelters, right? That's what Albany could do for the homeless, turn it into temporary homeless shelters.
Thank you, Jeremiah. Next participant.
Julie, go ahead.
Hello, is it Zoe or is it for me, for David Danby?
Sorry, David Danby, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. First of all, I do want to say that I'm very empathetic to and sensitive to what the businesses are going through, the restaurants and so on, and I'm not sure what the answer is, but 2 points I just wanted to make. Somebody that does walk up and down Solano fairly regularly. The restaurants that actually have seating on the sidewalks do make it difficult to get through in terms of correct social distancing. And it's uncomfortable. Generally, I'll walk across the street and go up the other side or go some other way. And I think that needs to be considered. And some are better than others. And another, just a very specific one, and there may be other intersections that are like this, but living on Stanage Avenue, headed south coming to Solano, where there's the little bulb there on the left side where Five Tacos and Beer has theirs set up. In order for me to get through that intersection safely, I stop at the stop sign. First of all, I'm not even close to the intersection to see what's going on out there. So then I have to pull out, which is what I've done in the past before this was opened up. But I have to go out even further because of the little bulb on the intersection where the sidewalk is, they do have seating there. So in order to see a vehicle coming down from the west side, if I'm headed south on Stanage, it's really impossible. I would really have to put the front of my car into the intersection to do that. I think it's possible there may be other intersections where that's a possible risk, but it's certainly not safe. And I would ask you to consider that type of setup as you debate this whole issue. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next participant.
Go ahead, Bonnie.
Hi, guys. Thank you so much for taking the time to really give this some concerted attention. I know that everyone really appreciates that you are thinking about this and considering it. Just one quick thing I wanted to bring up and read. I'm looking over what you can find online for the Alameda County outdoor dining, and it does say heaters. Plans for all fixed or portable heaters shall be submitted to the Alameda County Fire Department. And then it says, or the City of Hayward, as applicable for review and approval. I called the county to try and ask about this. I'm not 100% sure if that is related to unincorporated areas of Alameda County, but that is what people could find on the permit under the Alameda County website. So that may be where there's been some uncertainty. And I think also there was a mixed message on some of that, and people would like clarity, but they would also like to be able to continue keeping their businesses alive in this new way that no one ever anticipated. I think that the safety concerns, there are some, they are valid. I think that by allowing people to, from here on out, follow more of a set plan, and the city giving some set guidelines, which is what people had hoped would be communicated in the beginning, and it's not too late now, could really help us to unify the look on Solano, to give these businesses the set place where this activity can take place and let them continue to keep their businesses in Albany. I know for us and the people I've talked to recently, without outdoor dining, people have maybe 1 or 2 orders a day, 1 or 2 sales a day. that this is pretty drastic, and these businesses do need the outdoor dining to be able to continue to stay here until we can move back indoors. So we really appreciate that you guys are giving this some careful attention, and we hope that we can let them continue safely, and everyone is ready for some leadership and guidance on this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And is there anyone else?
Yeah.
Okay.
Vivian Onuoha. It seems like you're using an older version of Zoom. So I'm not able to allow you to talk. Go ahead, Julie.
Hi, can you hear me? Yes, okay, good. I'm using my iPad, not used to using it. I wanted to just follow up on the person that spoke before me. About having some sort of general rules or regulations that everybody's following. I'm concerned, my concern is similar to my husband's, who already spoke about this, but when we walk along Solano, there seems to be different configurations, and the 5 tacos and beer, whatever it is, they have tables everywhere. There's no way you can walk by, and there's no way it's safe. People are sitting very close to each other. None of them are wearing masks. But the ones where there's tables farther away so that you could walk by on the sidewalk and you're not having people on your left and your right, but you're only having them on one side away from the restaurant, you can actually walk by. So I just think that how it's laid out and not allowing people to take advantage of every single spot on the sidewalk. And 5 tacos and beer actually has tables that go around the corner, that go in front of the restaurant, that go farther away on the other side of the sidewalk. And there are other places like that. And then others are much more respectful and keep people separate. So that I like the idea of having some sort of regulation, and I am sympathetic to the businesses, but I also am concerned about everybody's health. And I don't feel like we should have our health jeopardized, or even the people that are dining so close to each other. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
That's it.
Okay, thank you, Ann. All right, I want to thank everyone for their comment, especially the emails that we received this past week. Let you know that we appreciate everyone chiming in. So now I'm going to bring it back to the council. And so let's break this down and start at one section at a time. Let's do the dining outdoors. What will be the parameters? What do we want it to look like if we decide to keep it? I want to hear some suggestions and options that we can consider outside of what Jeff has presented, and we can go from there. So if anyone, a council member, wants to start with their thought process, and then we can move forward from there. Vice Mayor Jordan.
Yeah, I appreciate the commenters, and I appreciate all the written input, and I appreciate that the written input was, I think, to a person, to a business, in favor of allowing awnings to be constructed, roofs to be constructed, and I appreciate the commenters bringing up various issues. In terms of the sightline issue and putting tables on sidewalks, is that something that was allowed by the encroachment permits, or were the encroachment permits specific to allowing tables in parking spaces?
We've divided this up into kind of 2 categories. There's the seating on the sidewalk, which in this case is in that sight triangle at the intersection, and then there's the seating in the parking areas of the roadway. So what we've been doing this summer is an encroachment permit to allow the seating in the parking areas, to essentially take the parking areas and convert them to outdoor seating. We've long had an encroachment permit for seating on the sidewalks. So I'm glad to hear the comment from the public this evening about the site issues on that particular corner, and I think we can deal with that individually. There have been other requests, incidentally, of other restaurants that wanted to do installations where we didn't allow it because we've had this particular concern. We're aware of the issue. We didn't realize there was an issue at this particular location, so we can address that.
Sure. More generally, I know another business of long standing. It's had tables and chairs out, not quite as far out as the location that was mentioned. I don't know if either that location or the location that was mentioned or any of these locations actually have an encroachment permit for that spot on the bulb out.
Yeah, I'd have to go back and look. Some restaurants have encroachment permits for sidewalk seating and others don't. And we again have, with respect to sidewalk seating, where it's just a small table and a couple of chairs, we've taken more or less a hands-off approach unless we see a hazard or something is brought to our attention. And then we do issue the encroachment permit, which just ensures that the basic safety things are met and the adequate space for passersby and so on and so forth.
Thank you.
I want to chime in. You just stated that some have encroachment permits and some don't. We're going to have to be consistent on there. And my question is, if we decide to keep the temporary outdoor dining, I would like to see a plan. I would like to see some consistency. We have barrels on one side, we have tarps or tents on the other. We're taking 3 and 4 parking spaces, not giving enough room for other businesses to do business in here. And again, I please note that I am sympathetic to all the businesses. All of our businesses are struggling right now. So at this moment, it's time for us to come together and share the space that we have, limited or not. But I would like to see some sort of consistent plan moving forward on how everyone could be in compliance, right? ADA compliance, making sure that safety is a huge concern. Risk and liability is huge. We don't want to put the risk and responsibility on the lessees or the businesses, nor the city. So we need to make sure that it's consistent. We need to make sure that everything is spelled out. So there's no room for confusion or if, ands, or but on what needs to happen. So I'm looking to the council members to let's come up with a plan on where we can give direction to staff that we can provide this to our business owners so they can continue to do business here in our city. Thank you. Councilmember Nason.
Yeah, I just, I want to say a word in favor of maximizing discretion to the staff and providing guidance where they're asking for it. But this is, and normally I would be in complete agreement about, really nailing it down and saying this is allowed, that's not allowed, so that there's a level playing field. Everybody is following the same rules and so forth. But in this particular case, I feel that with the COVID situation and with it being so fluid, with one rule one week and then a new rule the following week and so forth, that there is a lot of value to flexibility. I'm not. I'd like to hear about any parking complaints that have been received. It seems odd to me, frankly, because there's so much less traffic and so many fewer cars parked on Solano. It's sort of, I imagine people get possessive. The space in front of my door is my space, and there's somebody, putting up an awning in front of my door, and I don't like it. That there may be issues there, but I'm somewhat skeptical that there's truly some kind of parking shortage issue with these things. And actually, I'd like to ask Jeff to comment on that. Do you see areas that have become really congested so that businesses are being affected by a lack of parking?
We have from time to time been doing parking surveys. I haven't done all the analysis of it, but I could bring that back to the council if you wanted to see actual occupancy rates over the summer and fall. I would say from what I've observed, the first few blocks from Solano, say up to maybe Talbot, tends to be pretty heavily utilized up until it started getting cold. But I would say that, in the September, October, early November timeframe, there was a lot of activity there. And so the parking was during the lunch hour, public parking was generally full. But we quite, go another block or two and no problem to find a spot further up. So that's a good sign to have a full parking lot or a full parking area. That's a sign of vibrancy. It was a bit vibrant feel to it. I do think that some businesses, the retail and businesses, that they could be feeling the pinch a little bit. On the other hand, I also get the sense that there was a lot of compassion for one another's situations, and in the restaurants are, the lifeblood of the street in many respects. So I think some of those other businesses may have been to their credit, been very patient with the impacts.
Okay, so anyway, that was just my comment, is that I'd like to provide the staff with guidance where they feel they want and need it. But given the exigencies here, the highly unusual situation, I'd be inclined to maximize staff discretion.
Councilman Nason, I see you, Councilman Teeman. Let me just piggyback on that. I know as I've walked through down Solano and have met with some of the business owners, some felt that they have been impacted by the limited parking spaces. Their businesses are taking a hit outside of COVID as well as parking availability. I am grateful, was so happy to see that some businesses did move their barriers out, especially around the post office. The past couple of weeks, it had been a madhouse because there's no parking. The line was wrapped around. There was no order. But once this week, now that the barriers are moved, there's more parking space. It gives room for people to do business here. So I just wanted to chime in on that, what I've observed. Councilmember Tiedemann.
Thank you. I have to agree with Councilmember Nason that I think flexibility is one of the best things we can provide here. That was a big focus of our discussion, or of the discussion on the Economic Development Committee when this first came up a couple months back, when the organizers in Albany Inside Out were doing so much good work getting us organized on this, as well as in the council's deliberations after that. I think the main thing that we need to do is keep providing, a framework within which that can happen, and good communication, which I know there was some bumpiness getting out the initial encroachment program out. Some people, had an encroachment permit and then I think received some sort of communication that they took as that they had to take it down immediately or something, which I think was just a miscommunication. But once we get this framework, which we have in front of us, which I think is a good one, of giving staff the discretion to approve these semi-permanent structures that are a bit more permanent, that address the problems of public safety and everything, that will be giving everybody the framework that they can be flexible within. And as well as, I think it's really good that we're discussing this now so that we can have this already before restrictions are lifted and outdoor dining can recommence, instead of having them as outdoor dining is allowed, as we did last time encroachment permits came up.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, so where do we go from here? I'm hearing flexibility. Any suggestions on what that would look like? How can we direct the staff? Is there a motion or anything anyone would like to present at this time, so we can move to the next item in this packet? Vice Mayor Jordan. I'm sorry, I see you, Councilmember Wade.
I'll move the resolution as presented by staff with some modifications to provide some specificity. And in that regard, it might be helpful if I share my screen. We're not trying to wordsmith. I'm sorry. It might be helpful if I share my screen so that we're not trying to wordsmith, if I may. I found the resolution as written called for or allowed staff to review encroachment permits, but I think what is meant is permit applications. Thus the permit itself is the permission to take some action. And my understanding is it's would apply to both new encroachment permits, so encroachment permits that include these semi-permanent structures, as well as modifications that are applied for existing permits, but I may be unclear on the specifics of that. So I'd look to staff to correct me if I'm off in that regard. And then as Director Bond indicated, there are examples of installations in other cities that do not meet the outdoor restaurant operating procedures, which to my read, and you know, I'm new to this, but it looked like it said there could be a roof and one wall and all the others had to be open. And that's not what seen in some of those photographs. So I thought it'd be useful to actually put in here that reinforce that that is the procedure and that needs to be followed. And that's my motion.
Okay, Councilmember McQuaid had her hand up. Did you want to go ahead? Okay, do I have a second to this motion? Can't see.
I will second it.
All right, let's go ahead and take it to a vote. And
Councilmember McQuay, Councilmember McQuay, you're muted.
Thank you. I thought there was just going to be discussion on the motion. If there's not, then I will vote no.
Councilmember Mason,
Well, could we maybe clarify that if there is, I don't think the intention, I didn't have the impression that the intention was to cut off discussion of the motion.
That's certainly not my intention.
I don't know why we're voting right now.
okay, so I think you had your hand up. Did you have a comment or something you want to add to what was presented by Councilmember Jordan? Preston, sorry.
Well, first of all, I'm not sure that we're ready to do this yet. I thought we were still discussing it. I will say on the motion, though, I still don't like the term semi-permanent. I think it should be temporary. There is an end date to this, and I think semi-permanent could be 5 years down the road, whereas temporary, we can put an end date, and we can put an end date of when indoor dining at 100% is allowed, or something like that. I think that's our intent. So I think we need to tighten this down a little bit.
Okay, any other suggestions? And I can't see anyone. Is there any?
Vice Mayor Jordan raised his hand.
Okay, Vice Mayor Jordan, please.
I just wanted to see if I could convert Councilmember McQuaid's input into a friendly amendment. So if we change semi-permanent to temporary and put a threshold of, I don't know what, 50% occupancy indoor dining, I don't think it really needs to be 100%, because by the time you reach 100%, you really are going to need that parking. So I'll go ahead and see if I can figure this out on the fly. Is that meeting your intent, Councilmember McQuaid?
on that particular issue.
Okay.
Rachel, go ahead.
Question before we move to another issue, the semi-permanent versus temporary. I'm wondering if it's even necessary if the structure meets the requirements of the outdoor restaurant operating procedures. Do we actually need some additional distinction between different sorts of structures of this kind? And what I'm getting at here, I think it's to make this as easy as possible on both the staff and the applicants. Simply going with the Alameda County Public Health definition requirements seems best to me. You know, we've had a problem throughout the pandemic of state rules, county rules, local rules, you know, and so just having one rule that they can look up and follow seems desirable.
I'm not sure at the end of this, the county is going to have a rule that says you may no longer have outdoor dining. And I think we want to reserve that piece so that we can have that discussion at the appropriate time. That's why I like the word temporary, because there is an end to it.
Well, let me, I haven't studied the Department of Health outdoor restaurant operating procedures and should have taken a closer look. I don't think there's anything there that would imply that these are permanent. I mean, we have and we could certainly put in if there is such an implication and we want to avoid it, we could put that in, but hang on. Why don't you go ahead with your other issue and we can circle back to this one.
Well, hold on. I have a quick question too. You made the statement about temporary versus semi-permanent, something that we'll review later on. So in my opinion, I think semi-permanent may be that, because at that time when it does come to where we have to address whether we're going to keep it or not, temporary, you're saying like it's going to end, but we don't know for sure, meaning like it could be something that we put into play for long term or not. So that's just my thoughts on that. But again, if you want to move forward to your next issue until we do a little more digging, I'm okay with that.
Well, go ahead. Preston, go ahead.
Yeah, I think maybe part of the difficulty here is that this qualifier is being used, or kind of being used, for what is the time limitation and what is the physical limitation. In terms of taking out temporary and semi-permanent and therefore deferring to this operating procedure, it is an operating procedure of a very specific date. And so even if the county changes its procedures, as long as we're okay with this procedure, then that would remain. And so we would maintain discretion in that sense.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, the hazard is we might have to adjust if the county adjusts, but I think no matter what we put in here, we may have to adjust if the county adjusts, if the situation gets severely worse, or, something else comes up. So I do like the idea of just taking out the qualifier altogether, since we're referring to this more specific operating procedure. And then that leaves on the table, do we want to put some indication of the time limited nature of this in here? And it might be, I presume that these encroachment permits already have some statement about this does not go on forever, that the city reserves the power to revoke these permits. I don't know what the conditions are around that. I haven't read one of these permits. That would be something that would be useful to hear from staff. But we could put another resolve in here just to reinforce, as a reminder, that these are intended to go away at some point.
Mm-hmm. Jeff, is there something can you tell us what's on the encroachment permit? Just as far as like if their ending day expires from, is it a year? Can you go into more detail about that? Because I haven't seen one as well.
I can actually go into detail on that.
Okay. Thank you.
Condition number 5 is listed as termination date. And originally, before COVID took a turn for the worse, we had set this consistent with the county order. Since then, we've actually just defaulted to the county as they release orders that impose new requirements for outdoor dining. So we do have language in there to effectively be consistent with the duration, with the intent of the order and the duration for which it's set.
Thank you, Ann. I think Councilmember McQuaid, were you next? I can't see anyone, so I don't know.
Well, I guess my question is, I like the idea of giving staff some flexibility, but I also think that we need to be giving them some guidelines, and I don't see that here. And so my question is that coming after we approve the resolution, or is that part of the resolution? I'm a little confused as to process-wise where we are.
So I think, and this is just my opinion, I think we should approve the resolution with guidelines before we move forward, but that's just me. I don't know. Councilmember Jordan, what was your thought process? Sorry, Vice Mayor.
That's fine. Yeah, my thought was that this would not be the end of the conversation. This would just be this piece, and then we would discuss guidelines as the next piece. I mean, we can try to put it into a resolution, but I think trying to wordsmith that rather than make a motion is one, going to be difficult, and two, is going to sort of cut against what we're trying to do, which is to give staff some flexibility, some guidelines with some flexibility.
All right. Anyone else? Yep. Go ahead.
Yeah. I was starting to look at the Alameda County operating procedures, and I want to call everybody's attention to that if they just scanned it as I did when I looked at the packet. There's a lot of guidance. There's quite a lot of guidance there, pages of it, and it looks very good to me. The other thing is, I noticed while I was trying to, it says during COVID-19, I looked back at Vice Mayor Jordan's resolution and saw that it is to modify existing permits to provide outdoor dining structures on Solano Avenue during the Alameda County Public Health COVID-19 emergency. And I think that takes care of whether it's temporary or semi-permanent. We're talking about a duration of time that is entirely specified. So it's not really a characteristic of a structure to be temporary or permanent. It's a time period, whether something is temporary and permanent or permanent. I've seen some pretty impressive structures in my life that were temporary. And I think that the way this is written, it is inherently temporary. Unless, God forbid, COVID, mutates and the whole thing just goes on and on and on. But we're not anticipating a worst case scenario here. And if it yeah, I know. Thank you.
Bite your tongue.
We're not anticipating that, and whatever happens in the future, we've got to cross different bridges when we come to them.
All right. Anyone else?
If I could jump in.
Yep. Go ahead, Council.
So I think that's a good point that it ends with the local health emergency. I think that's the smartest way to do anything surrounding COVID, as every arbitrary date chosen has proven to be wrong so far on every piece of legislation. I just wanted to clarify, because again, Jeff, you mentioned earlier that this temporary semi-permanent distinction was one about the ease of building the structure. And as I understood it from the staff report, we have an established procedure for approving temporary structures, meaning the sorts of things that are wine barrels or easy things to put out. What we're discussing is approving semi-permanent structures, meaning things that are slightly more robust. And that's the convention that you've been using internally and that has been used for businesses, correct?
Yes, you're correct.
Right. So I think with that understanding, I'm okay with semi-permanent, as the convention is fairly clear, and also this wording makes clear that this is only happening during the COVID health emergency. Though if we wanted to really be specific about it, we might consider saying 60 days after the COVID health emergency is when anything would be relevant, as that's the standard way of doing these, so that you have some leeway as well. I'm not a huge fan of writing by committee, so if we wanted to send this back to staff and saying we'd like more specificity defining semi-permanent in our whereases or something like that, I think that might be a good way of doing this.
We'd be happy to take all your discussion this evening and bring a clean draft back if that's the wish of the City Council this evening.
I'd like to add just one point of clarity on what Councilmember Tiedemann has stated. You're absolutely correct. As Jeff and I have used this terminology internally, the distinction that we've made with this is that when we think of semi-permanent, we think of something that is actually going to be subject to building inspection for the purposes of safety and compliance. And so with the temporary installations, we don't have our building inspector involved because they are fairly basic structures, but something that from our perspective, if it were to be semi-permanent, is something where we would want the expertise of the building inspector to go out and look at it in much closer detail to make sure that it's going to be safe for the business and the occupants.
Thank you, Anne.
So may I ask a question then? So
Yes, go
Anne,
ahead.
if there's a structure such as on Solano now, does the building inspector have to go out and look at that?
If it's the kind of a platform or, more temporary installations of wine barrels, he doesn't look at that sort of thing. But for example, the permanent parklet that's in front of house, that was subject to building inspection, permit issuance, plan check. It was a much more robust construction project. And also that is permanent. This semi-permanent would be somewhere in between, something that would be more substantial, but could also be dismantled once COVID is over and on-street parking is restored.
Thank you, Anne. Is there anyone else that has any more discussion?
Just that we've got a motion.
Okay.
And I guess the issue would be whether Councilmember McQuaid wants to propose an amendment, a friendly amendment to the motion, and whether Vice Mayor Jordan wants to accept the change.
All right,
No.
Councilmember McQuaid.
As long as we're going to continue to have a discussion about making sure that we're all on the same page with the guidelines, I think that's fine.
Okay.
Okay. Vice Mayor Jordan?
Yeah, I think with the clarification of the discussion between Councilmember Tiedemann and staff in terms of their intent and their past practice of using semi-permanent, and noting that this result specifically says during the restricted operating period, which by reference to the title was due to COVID. I'm inclined to go back to the language of semi-permanent rather than temporary for clarity. Either that or eliminate it altogether and just throw it to the standard operating or to the operating procedures.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to go
Can I
ahead.
Propose
go
an
ahead.
alternate motion.
Sorry, go ahead, Councilman Tiedemann.
Could I propose an alternate motion if that's in order? Just that we send this back to staff with our discussion and recommendation to add clarification on the meaning of semi-permanent, as well as some of this language, and that they bring back a clean version that we can hopefully discuss briefer next time and then pass pretty easily.
Yes, I would be in agreement with that. Did anyone want to go ahead and make that motion? Want to do the first motion first and then the second, or?
Mayor Gary, if we
Yes.
have an alternate motion such as what Councilmember Tiedemann is proposing, and it's, assuming we have a second, we would take a vote on that first.
Okay, all right. So we'll go ahead and go for a vote. So he needs
We
to
need
make
a
the
second.
motion again. Second, right?
We need a second, right? I think
Okay,
Councilmember
So I
Tito
need a
made the
second
motion.
motion.
Okay, I didn't.
Councilmember Nason?
Yeah, so what we're proposing is a couple of weeks delay. I'm reluctant about that because I think that to me at least, I don't see much of I'm not hearing a substantive problem here. To me, it seems pretty clear, and I don't see a lot of reasons to go back to have the staff come back with something when I don't hear the council being in substantive disagreement about what we're doing.
Anyone else? Let's see.
And by the way, I'm fine with either temporary, semi-permanent, or just
right.
not having a word. If anybody feels really strongly, that's what about one word versus another word or no word, that's what I think would be really useful for us to hear.
Right. I mean, I think that just that one word should not delay the process. So I think either we just need to determine either we're going to use it or we're not. And let's go ahead and make the motion to move it forward.
Councilmember McQuaid raised her hand.
Okay, Councilmember McQuaid.
Thank you. I would, at this point, like to take out the word. I still think semi-permanent's the wrong word, but if temporary isn't working and that's fine, then let's take it out and just not have either one.
Okay, I'm going to be in agreement with that. Vice Mayor Jordan.
I'm just accepting that. Yeah.
Okay. All right, let's go ahead and remove that. And are we ready for a motion now, or is there more discussion on this? All right, someone give a motion. Vice Mayor Jordan.
Yeah, so I'll move resolution 2020 dash, and I apologize, I don't have the number right in front of me conveniently.
129.
Thank you very much, City Clerk. As written with the adjustments as discussed, and I will send these to city staff.
And I'll second it, but I'll also note that, as Councilmember McQuaid noted, we're still discussing. There's more discussion to be had on the motion.
Okay. Are you ready for a vote?
Councilmember McQuaid.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Nason, did you mean that there's more discussion on the resolution or after the resolution?
Oh, I was just trying to defer to I thought you had a concern about additional discussion.
I do, but I just want to make sure if I vote for the resolution that we're not done. And I think
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. Okay.
Since you promised me that, I will vote yes.
Okay.
Councilmember Nason.
Yes.
Councilmember Tiedemann.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Mayor Gary.
Yes.
The motion carries.
All right. And so go ahead, Vice Mayor Jordan.
Thank you. Yeah, so I am concerned about the sightline issue that was brought up. I am familiar with that particular corner and the installation upon it. And it is more obscuring in my experience, at least my familiarity with it, than some other corner encroachments that I'm familiar with that are of longer standing. And so it might be that, there's a way to modify it and still allow it if there is an encroachment permit to allow that seating to be on that bulb out. If there's not an encroachment permit for that seating to be on that bulb out, then that's another issue. But I think there does need to be great care paid to, as you say, that sightline triangle. I can't remember the term, use that great term. But to that side triangle, because that could be a real hazard. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilmember McCoy, go ahead.
Is it possible to have more generic language about sightlines? Because we don't want to only focus on one bulb out one corner. I mean, we don't want the problem anywhere, not just there. So I think that's something that, as we're giving specific guideline, I think review of sightlines. You know, and one thing I noticed Saturday, I drove across that intersection to see what the sightlines were because I'd heard there were some concerns. And I realized looking east up Solano, I could see cars very clearly, but I thought, would I see a bicycle if it was behind or next to the structure? I'm not sure that I would. I would hope so, but I think so. As we're looking at sightlines, let's remember to think about bicycles.
Maybe the staff, if I may, Mayor, maybe the staff could give us a little, fill us in a little on what they normally consider if you get an
Right.
application of this kind.
I would agree. You know, as far as the inspection, the process, can you fill us in on how that all comes into play?
So we've, in general, we've asked for, but have not received a set plan for an installation. So it goes in before we have a chance to review it. With respect to sightlines, the general rule of thumb is to look at a kind of a triangle with 25-foot sides. So it gives that motorist who's coming in from a side street a chance to kind of look around the corner a little bit. And so we could apply that principle here. And it's a rule of thumb, so there may be situations where a little bit more, a little bit less is important, but in general, it would be a 25-foot sightline triangle that we would use. And I don't know if your question was related to sightlines or other things as well.
Well, I guess when you said that that it's in place before you are aware of it, I mean, can you explain what does that mean? Is it simply that someone is doing the work and the city has no knowledge of that?
That's
and
right.
if that's the case, why is that? I mean, why is there no communication from the business owner, whoever's putting that project, that they have to come to the city first to get approval? This will decrease the liability that's on the city. So is there something in place for that? And if not, we need to work on that.
Right, I agree. So many of these installations initially went in this summer in advance of a permit from the city. So we've, I think we've brought to attention a few of the things that we felt were most serious. And again, I mentioned the heaters as a particular concern, and also some electrical connections be another place where there would be a potential hazard. And then we have reached out to businesses when we need to be able to get in and do some storm drain maintenance. I think are the three primary areas so far that we've kind of retroactively engaged with some of the permit holders. And if you think of others, feel free to jump in. Those are the three that jump to mind for me.
So somehow that needs to be better streamlined. I mean, we can't just have, and again, businesses just, understand the need and the urgency to keep their business operable, but we need to make sure that the city is aware. There's communication, there's a plan, there's an active of what needs to be, outlined, because I would like to see something like that in place, so the business owners know that's something they should have before they hire someone to do the work, and then the city knows and it's like it's there and there's no way to remove it, or there's a pushback on removing it. So I don't know if we want to do that now, or our city manager, if we want to direct staff later to try to somehow get that into play. But I would like to see something like that streamlined better, so that way the businesses know and they're not taken off guard, and it's consistent along with the rest of the businesses.
If I may, I think this gets to the question of enforcement. This isn't an administrative problem. We can issue these permits very, very quickly. This is an issue where people go ahead and do the work first. And the restaurant that's building the semi-permanent installation, the lovely people, I know they're just trying to survive, but they went and got started in advance. So we stopped them. And as I mentioned in response to an earlier question, if this was a normal construction project, we would charge a fine. And it's basically, we double the fees is what our process is. So if you start work on something and you don't have a permit and we catch you, you pay double fees. And that stops that behavior. We don't charge a fee for this at all. So doubling the fees isn't going to be the mechanism here. So it's a question of whether we do start to impose fines. I'm not recommending that because I think I have a lot of empathy for these restaurants, but
Sure.
If there's no consequences to them breaking the rules, then I would expect this to continue to happen.
All right, so we're not going to go there yet because I don't think we're there. I just wanted to get a better understanding of that before we get into the enforcement of the fines. Vice Mayor Jordan.
If I could ask a clarifying question, I understand initially there were installations that went in advance of permits. Is that, well, I guess with the recent roof, that's the case as well. Going back to the bulb out though, is it the case that seating was placed there without a permit? Or, I'm trying to understand is there's the desire to be flexible and not require detailed plans for what is a temporary installation since the situation is so fluid, which I support. On the other hand, once a business owner's bought something and put it out there, then, there's a certain amount of inertia there. Yeah. So it's tricky to balance, as so much of this reality we're dealing with is. But in terms of the sightlines on the bulb outs, are all of those actually have encroachment permits now, or do some of them not have encroachment permits?
Boy, I couldn't say definitively one way or the other, but those are easy. This gets back to our recommendation, letting us work on a case-by-case basis. If it's a table and a couple of chairs, that's an easy thing to talk to the restaurant owner about and ask them to move it. And most people will be very receptive to that. I don't think they intentionally block the view of a motorist like that. So I think we can take care of that on a one-on-one basis with the conversation. For the sidewalk installations, the more substantial physical installations, and somebody who buys a big tent and plops it in a parking space, that's a little bit different thing, and a little bit more challenging to kind of retroactively say, no, you can't do that. It has larger consequences on the expense that they went to put it in the first place.
Vice Mayor Jordan.
So trying to take it piece by piece to make progress. Would it be helpful to have a motion on the sightline issue, or do you think you have what you need based on what has transpired here already?
I think we have what we need on the sightline issue. Okay. I think the question for the council, and maybe it's not even a motion, but just to give staff a sense of your wishes with respect to how strictly we enforce and the posture that we take with individual businesses that start work without a permit or make some modifications without checking in with us first.
Councilmember McQuaid.
Thank you. Well, I think, first of all, it's important, and I think that you've done this, but probably to do it again, is to let the businesses know if they're going to make any modifications, they need to submit plans. I think that seems like a fair place to start. And then I would say if businesses don't comply, that they need to stop work until they get it sorted out. I do think, I certainly don't want to fine anybody. Money is too tight in the restaurant business, but I think if we just allow them to do whatever they want, then at some point we're going to have some problems. So I think we need to be clear that they have to have a plan approved. I'm happy to have you and Ann decide what's appropriate. But I don't think people should be building without permission, basically. And I guess the things I'm most concerned about are the heaters. To me, that it's so clear in the county rules that they can't have them. I don't see that we have any wiggle room on that. The lights, I actually liked the lights. When I drove down the street, I thought I can see where all of the things that are sticking out, all the rest, all the encroachments are. I thought that was really helpful. But again, I want to make sure that they're grounded, that they're the right voltage, they're installed correctly, all of those things. Because, as it starts to rain and gets wet, we're going to have some problems if they're not done correctly and they get wet. So I think, those three things I think are really important. And I think making sure the sidewalks aren't blocked, that people can walk on the sidewalks on both sides of the street. I don't like the idea that it's okay to make people cross the street. That doesn't work for people all the time. And that we're mindful of the ADA laws. As far as the restaurant itself being overcrowded, I think that's a different issue and one that the county needs to help us with. But even then, we can remind people that the reason we're doing this is because we're in this deadly pandemic. And just before this meeting, I was listening to Barbara Lee's town hall, and county health people were talking about how bad it is today. It's going to get worse tomorrow. It's going to get worse the next day. So we really need to protect people, and allowing businesses to crowd people in just doesn't seem like we're doing the right thing for our citizens. So with all of that, I think those are the things I'm most concerned about with this.
Vice Mayor Jordan.
Yes, the heater issue concerns me as well. I would point that the operating procedures do not ban heaters. They name some types of heaters that might be appropriate. So, I don't know what can be done there. That's quite a tricky item. And what they seem to be prohibiting in the fire, heat, flammable, combustible liquids, gas, whatnot, are inside or located within 20 feet of the tent or membrane structures while open to the public. So it's a little ambiguous as to whether what I presume are propane-fired heaters would be allowed underneath a metal shed roof, for instance. Not my area of expertise, but I am concerned that where heaters are used, they're the right type and that they're safe. And so I don't know if the fire department has engaged on this. I imagine they're pretty alarmed by what they see going on. But I don't know, that's a presumption. I'd like to hear from staff on that.
Yeah, we work very carefully with the fire inspector on this, and we collaborate every day on this. So they are concerned, and the propane heaters are not allowed underneath the structure, as you might see, when it's completed with the roof. That they also are not allowed there, and for that matter, a propane tank is not allowed inside the restaurant, even though it's not occupied by patrons. At the end of the day, presumably the spare propane will go back into the building, and spare propane is not allowed to be stored in that manner as well. It has to be stored outside. So there's a variety of things that we worry about. What would be allowed is our electric heaters that have the kind of a forced air system, so the heater can be away from the patrons, and then through some duct work, and they're outdoor grade versions of these that can kind of blow the warm air into the seating area. Those are allowed. They're a little trickier and more expensive, but they do work.
All right. Councilmember Tiedemann, and then Councilmember Nason.
So it seems like from what we're all saying, we have a variety of safety concerns, but no one wants us to start charging fees because we all know what a difficult place everybody is in. And especially from what I think we've all heard from businesses is that we all have the same interest in that, letting everyone keep doing business and stay afloat while maintaining safety. That seems possible from what you've said, Jeff, through conversations and talking to anyone who has an issue. I think the question there is just, do you have the time and resources to undertake those conversations and monitor all of these encroachments and essentially, know what's happening the whole length of the street every day, and be able to respond and say to any one business, okay, we need to adjust this slightly, but we can work together on it and make that safety adjustment.
We always wish we have more time, but with that caveat, we will make the time, and we will prioritize what we're working on. We think this is pretty important right now. So yeah, we'll figure out a way to make it work. I think that it may not be everyday contact with every business, but I think we can, as a, do a weekly, a good high quality weekly survey and check in with those restaurants that we're concerned about. And I think through, in a few weeks, we can get our arms around this if we had to.
Thank you. That sounds
maybe
great.
not in the next week or two, but after the holidays.
Councilmember Nason?
You're muted.
Unmute. Okay, done. Maybe if I'm misstating this, Jeff, please don't hesitate to contradict me, but I feel like what I'm hearing is this isn't so much a question of what the rules are. The staff understands health and safety, how these things should or should not be set up in such a way as to avoid fires and accidents and things as much as possible. It's never possible to completely eliminate the risk with something like this. But the staff knows how to minimize that risk. And the guidelines from Alameda County are very detailed about minimizing the risk of transmission of COVID. So the real issue is getting the community to buy in and follow the rules. So what I'd like to say is, I feel very passionate about this because our restaurants seem so important to me. And I'm happy when I see them, see the lights on the parklets and people enjoying their tacos or whatever it may be. But I'm also very health and safety minded. And I want to say, this might be a great break point in this whole process for the council to say, we love our restaurants. We support our restaurants. We want them to pursue outdoor dining. But we're also very serious about health and safety, and we back up the staff. And if people are breaking the rules, if it becomes necessary, it's the worst thing to do. We don't want to fine people, but we will fine people if they do things that put other people in danger. We have to, it seems to me. So I think that's the sort of message I'd like to get out. And maybe we can even write something up that can be published through Solano Avenue Association and the Chamber of Commerce that transmits that message. Restaurants, go for it. We love it. We want you to do this, but there are rules and you absolutely must follow them. And if you don't, we're all going to be unhappy with the consequences. Does that get at it?
Yes, it does. That states it eloquently. Thank you.
All right. Anyone has discussion? All right. Is there a motion?
Let's see. We have the resolution.
We need a motion for this. No? Okay.
I'm the city manager can correct me if she wishes to, but I'm comfortable with the sense of consensus from the council
Okay.
that of your discussion, and I think with what you've said today, we can move forward. And of course, if we need to come back to you, or if you'd like us to come back to discuss this some more in the future, we're happy to do that.
Right. It sounds like a plan. I see you, Vice Mayor Jordan. I just want to make sure that this is communicated to the business. I don't want them to be in a situation where we're out there and they clearly don't know the guidelines, don't understand the process and the procedure. So communication is key. I need them to know exactly what the guidelines are, the consequences, and so forth. And if we effectively communicate to them, then we shouldn't have a problem with, them being fined or anything like that. Vice Mayor Jordan, you have a question?
Yeah, I was just going to chime in kind of along the same lines. I certainly don't expect that this will be the case, but if there are particular entities and businesses that are quite recalcitrant after repeated conversation, then I would hope that that would be brought to the attention of the council.
Councilmember McQuaid?
Thank you. I was going to suggest that perhaps 3 weeks after businesses reopen it, or at your convenience, Jeff, you come back to council with just kind of a check-in. Obviously, if you need any support at any time is fine, but just to kind of let us know how it's going. If you discover anything we need to be aware of, or just a general check-in. I keep thinking that January 4th is only a week and a half away, 2 weeks away, I guess. I think it's really doubtful that this order is going to be lifted that soon. So, which just puts more pressure on the businesses, but it also gives us a little time to communicate and work with them.
I think you're correct. In fact, I think just the other day it got extended at least to January 7th, if I remember correctly. And it's likely to continue in place until the ICUs have a little bit more capacity, I think.
Councilmember Nason, you have something?
No, I'm good.
Okay. All right. It looks like we've completed the resolution. We agreed that we will not enforce the violations of the permit. So at this time, is there anything else that I'm missing?
Wait, can you say that again? We're not going to enforce what? What did you say?
That we're not going to enforce. Did we agree on that, or did I not hear that? Is that what we're saying? As long as I'm sorry, we are. My bad. Sorry.
Okay.
We're not going to enforce the past. We're not going to try to fix the past.
Correct.
But we are going to give a message going forward that they have the support of the city, but they must follow health and safety protections for the good of all concerned. And if they don't, I don't think we have to talk about if they don't, but we've just got to say very clearly, you really must follow these rules, and the council is prepared to back up the staff if they report problems to us.
Correct. Sorry, excuse my verbiage. Didn't mean it. All right. Is there anything else? Any other discussion? All right. It's 7:27. That gives us a 3-minute break before the council meeting. So I will adjourn the special meeting, and then we have a 3-minute break to come back. Okay. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in, and we'll be right back. All right, it's 7:30. Are we ready to begin? All right, Ann, can I go ahead and start at 7:30? All right, we're going to go ahead and call the meeting to order. First, we're going to go ahead and say the Pledge of Allegiance. So, Councilmember Tiedemann, will you go ahead and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Sure. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Councilmember Tiedemann. All right, we're going to go ahead and go to the consent calendar as there's no ceremonial matters or anything in closed session. All right, so is there anyone on the council that would like to pull an item off of the consent calendar?
5-8.
Okay. I'm sorry, I can hear you.
5-8.
5-8, okay.
Yes,
Councilmember Jordan, go ahead. I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Jordan.
sure. I'm trying to get to my notes, sorry. Apologize, let's see. 5-5, 5-6, and 5-7. I just have questions, some questions.
All right. Councilmember Nason? You're on mute. Okay,
I have something on 5-9.
5-9. Okay. Anyone else? All right, is there anyone in the public that would like to pull an item on the consent calendar? I see 2 hands raised.
This is Jeremiah. Good evening. I'd like to pull 5-4 for discussion, please.
Is there anyone else? All right, I'll go ahead and bring it back to the council. All right, so public pulled 5-4. I'm going to go in order. Is that okay? Or do you want me to start council first? Okay, I'll start with 5-4. Jeremiah?
Yeah, my question is, since it's regarding the state's minimum wage, I noticed that the city of Albany has only a few minimum wage. It may be just for this public record, and during this meeting, you know, we could say what the state's minimum wage is. And also, if we have a city minimum wage, I was just wanting to question, that way everybody on the meeting could be aware of what the city of Albany's minimum wage is. And also possibly discuss raising the Albany specific city minimum wage as well. I'm just not sure what the Albany city minimum wage is. And also the minimum wage for city employees. I think for any employee, it should be above minimum wage. And it's called minimum wage because that's the least you could pay somebody. I mean, that's the least amount of money you could pay somebody to have a job. And we all know minimum wage is not enough to survive, especially in Albany. So I hope the city staff gets paid more than minimum wage. People working for the school district gets paid more than minimum wage, and at least a fair wage. There's minimum, fair, and I don't know what the maximum is, but hopefully the city works toward a fair wage and not always going to the minimum to do things just to save an extra buck.
Mayor Gary, you're muted.
My bad. Thank you, Jeremiah, for your comment. Do we have staff to answer that, Melissa?
Hi there, this is Melissa Rojas, the Human Resources Director.
Right.
Good evening, everyone. In general, and Mala, you can help me out with this if you can, but in order to enact a citywide minimum wage, there would need to be, I believe, an ordinance to provide that.
That's correct.
Right. So in our city, for our own city employees, the minimum wage as of January 1st will be set to the state of California minimum wage, $14 an hour.
All right. Did anyone on the council have any questions or discussion about that? All right, I'll go to Vice Mayor Jordan. You pulled 5.5.
Yeah, I was curious to hear staff, if it can, on the fly, describe. It seems like there's a nexus between the preparation of the next housing element or housing element for the next compliance period and the San Pablo specific plan that is under development. There's some interaction between those two, so I thought it'd be helpful if staff could say some words about the nexus they see between those two and how the project schedules between those two would articulate.
Yeah, I'd be happy to provide that additional context. So you're absolutely right in that when we received the grant for the San Pablo Avenue specific plan, we knew that was obviously going to precede the housing element cycle. And with the specific plan, we are looking at modifying our development standards within the San Pablo corridor as far as potentially increasing building height and project density. And where that will help us in the housing element effort is that as part of that document preparation, we do have to identify sites in the city that could accommodate housing. In our previous cycle, the 15 to 23 cycle, we had to take a very conservative approach with project density because of our existing zoning regulations. Even though it's not adopted, we do anticipate that those standards will change and there will be an increase in density. That effort will conclude before the housing element is adopted. We expect that effort will probably come to the council maybe late spring or so. And the housing element in its final form, you won't see until probably the end of 2022. But the intent was there to build in some flexibility once we commence with the housing element. And just as a side note to that, there's been, obviously increased attention on housing production, and we know that our number is almost triple what it was as far as our housing obligations are concerned for the next housing element cycle. So that was also part of the specific plan effort, knowing that we were going to have to provide a greater share of housing.
Thank you. Nicely done on staging those together. I appreciate that.
Yeah, and actually, this is a bit unsolicited, but just so everyone is aware, we do have our specific plan virtual open house, which any member of the public can participate in. That has been live now for the past month, and it will continue on into mid-January. So anyone who is interested in that, please feel free to participate.
All right, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just going to ask if you could state the address.
Yeah, it is San Pablo Avenue. Let me just make sure I give this to you correctly. It is San Pablo Avenue specificplan.org. And once you get to that homepage, you will see a link for the virtual open house.
Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Ann. Councilmember Nason, did you have a question?
No.
No, okay. All right, Vice Mayor Jordan, you also picked 5.6. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember McQuaid. I'm sorry, I didn't see you again.
I believe there's an attendee with his hand up. I know
Oh,
you can't really see that, but
yeah.
although it seems to have gone down, but Clay Larson did have his hand up.
Okay, and
And it's up
he's-
again.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead, Clay.
Yeah, I just like to keep everybody reminded or informed that we call this the San Pablo specific plan. State law actually requires that the specific plans follow the general plan. And what's been proposed by the consultants are significant changes to the general plan. So what we'll be viewing in spring is not only perhaps an adoption of the specific plan, but again, significant changes in the general plan. I think it's unfortunate that it occurred at this time. I participated in I think all of the meetings thus far that they've had on the San Pablo specific plan, but they've been poorly attended. So far, the response to the community open house, whatever they call the silly thing, it has been poor. So I think it's very unfortunate that we're undertaking significant changes to the general plan under the guise of a specific plan, which again, according to state law, should follow the general plan. I also think at some point, a number of cities have pushed back a little on the very increases in RENA allocations, which is redundant. So that city could consider doing that. They don't have to always roll over and play dead on these issues. So those are my comments. I hadn't intended to speak on that issue, but those are my comments.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Larson. Are there any other attendees with their hand up? All right, Vice Mayor Jordan, you had a question?
Yeah, and that may not be an answer right at this moment, but I'm interested in what Mr. Larson just said. Needs assessment allocation mechanism for that. I mean, from what little I know, city's allocation is its allocation, and it really.
I'll take a shot at answering the question, and it may be that we should properly agendize a more substantive discussion about this. There is a mechanism. It is historically not been one that has been successful for almost any city. Basically, the total sum of the number of units in the Bay Area have to be a total 400 something thousand, and the formula has been approved by the Association of Bay Area Governments. They're still tweaking the data a little bit as late as last Friday. But to be successful in a significant change in that, basically our allocation would end up going to another city, and that then gets very tricky with how that plays out while staying true to the methodology, the methodology that applies region-wide.
All right, we'll go to 5.6, item 6, 5.6.
Yes, thank you, and thank you, Director Bond, for clarifying on that last point. I thank staff for choosing the particular project, the Cornelis 10th to 8th project, to submit to Alameda CTC as the city's one project. The only question I had is I'm aware that path as engineered, because of space constraints, doesn't strictly meet the Caltrans standard, which is just the Caltrans standard, not the Albany standard necessarily. Does staff have any feel for how, if that's going to raise any eyebrows at Alameda CTC?
Robert?
Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you now.
Okay, so this is Robert Gonzalez. This is the Capital Projects Manager. We have not gotten any direct feedback from Alameda County CTC that would be a criteria, like compliance with a Caltrans standard would be a criteria for selection. So that may be an issue that comes down the pike when we are designing it. They may have some comments, but in terms of selection and competitiveness, we think this is a good project for the city.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree. Of the ones that were laid out, I think far and away the one most likely to be funded. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. And Vice Mayor Jordan, you picked 5.7 to have it full.
We have a hand raised.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, and I have to remember to ask you because I can't see that. Apologies.
Hey, everything's okay. This is Jeremiah. I have a comment on 5.6.
Okay.
Thanks. You guys could, my suggestion is to have push button LED light crosswalks or automated crosswalks, because Solano Avenue and also San Pablo Avenue, especially Solano, is very dark at night and cars drive really fast. And if we're encouraging outdoor dining, you know, at nighttime, you have people that are drinking at the taco place, crossing the street. You got AC Transit flying up and down Solano. And it would just be really nice to where you could just push a button and something would flash to where you could cross a crosswalk safely. We'd just have to buy it once and it would be there for years and years and years. You could do some research in past city council meetings years ago to where I voiced opinions to have at least signs on San Pablo. There's pedestrian signs now. They've been up for a few years. And I believe I was a big part of helping that happen. I would voice over city council meetings and planning and zoning that the kids would walk from Albany High School. They'd have to cross a state highway to go to the schools. And sure enough, within a few months, all those pedestrian signs popped up on San Pablo. And I thank you guys so much, because now you could look up and down San Pablo and see all these pedestrian signs where the actual crosswalks are. So I really like that you take my suggestions seriously and you implemented those on San Pablo. I have before and after pictures. You know, the city council meetings, you could go in the archives and you could hear me talk about it. So I would just want to improve some more pedestrian signs on Solano for the crosswalks. You know, a sign, you know, with the high visibility neon green yellow or neon yellow green, to where the cars are aware that there's a crosswalk, at least a sign for a pedestrian, or maybe a push button or some sort of way for it safer to cross Solano. I mean, at Gordo's, it's a high traffic, and at the post office, you got so many people crossing the crosswalk. And I would just hope the city would spend $125 on a pedestrian sign to save someone's life, or to spend whatever it costs to put up a push button LED crosswalk so it could blink at nighttime and people would feel safe. And that would encourage families, parents to say, hey, go ahead, son or daughter, why don't you run to Gordo's, or why don't you go out and walk on the city streets? Because the parents would feel that the streets are safe, because the city had incorporated some Alameda County budget for $1,000 or whatever it takes to cross the street. And on San Pablo, those pedestrian signs make a huge difference. So please, please make the streets safer for pedestrians if you can. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremiah, for your comment. I want to ask Mr. Gonzalez, can you give me your thoughts on that? It's definitely a safety issue concern for myself, being on Solano, seeing some of the incidents that could happen, just people not being aware that pedestrians are coming out because there's no signage. Can you give your thoughts on that? And if not, if we can somehow put that on the agenda to discuss more on how we can implement some signage on Solano Avenue.
Sure. So there's a couple things that can be done regarding safety crossing Solano, not just signage, but I think last year, Transportation Commission approved and improved crosswalk. So higher visibility paint on the ground doesn't improve sight lines. It doesn't improve visibility. The city is also looking at lighting improvements for Solano. So that's something that we're also looking at in terms of improving overall lighting conditions there, and looking at crossings. Staff can definitely look with a transportation planner at different crossings. So at Gordo's, at the post office, at other high traffic areas, we can look at that.
That would be great. Is there any time limit that you can do and report back? I just want to see where we're at from last year to now as far as moving forward on implementing that.
I'll work with Jeff on a timeline. We'll try to
All
get
right.
it as soon as we can. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Vice Mayor McQuaid, you had a question?
have another.
Nope. Okay.
Public.
All right. Are there any other public comments, Anne, I can't see on my end?
Yes. Go ahead.
Yes.
Coy.
Mr. Larson?
Yeah. It's not clear to me whether we're considering the staff's recommendation here or the more expanded recommendation by the Transportation Commission. So I was going to speak on the more expanded recommendation, and in particular the proposal to apply for funding for the Keynes Albany, the Keynes Adams Bicycle Boulevards pilot project. I had a couple of comments. I've said these things before, but it's been a while. First, I think it's ridiculous that a pilot project should cost $200,000, which could apparently increase to $250,000, which is the minimum for the county CIP request. The project did not really deserve to be called a pilot. It's not scaled down. It includes permit and complete installations of barricades and signage and striping and curb painting. There are certainly temporary, less costly alternatives. The project is also conceptually incomplete. It's not really ripe yet. There are two issues. The issue of parking is still not resolved. The Transportation Committee found that requiring within block U-turns would be difficult or even impossible given the narrow, densely parked streets, and concluded that normal right side parking was not a viable option. The commission proposed that the city permit wrong way parking on Keynes and Adams. This would be temporary because the commission, in a remarkably megalomaniacal moment, proposed that the city seek a change in state law to allow wrong way parking. The city refused to temporarily suspend enforcement of current parking, and it showed no interest in pursuing any changes in state law. So we're left with parking requirements, which the Transportation Commission has said are not viable. The second issue is that we've not really identified any criteria for judging the success or failure of the project. The Transportation Commission lacked the chops to come up with any credible criteria, and actually suggested that the assessment should be qualitative and not quantitative. The fact that the project is costing $200,000, maybe $250,000, I think will create a strong disincentive to ever make a finding that it's a failure. I sometimes wonder whether that was the intent, but I'm actually a strong proponent of the rule of thumb that states never attribute to malice, which is adequately explained by incompetence. But more generally, the proposed bicycle boulevards are unnecessary and not really bicycle boulevards. Alameda County data show that there are relatively few bicyclists are currently using San Pablo Avenue in Albany. That's undoubtedly because there are a multitude of alternate north-south streets. The project was very unpopular with residents on Keynes and Adams. All in all, it's probably best that the city pays for this loser project using its own funds.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lawson, for your comments.
And that's it.
Do you have any? Okay. And that's it? Okay. Vice Mayor Jordan, did you have any additional you wanted to add or questions on 5.7?
The 5.7. Yeah, well, just on 5.6, I think it's worth clarifying that what has been recommended by staff, and presuming we pass the consent calendar, is only to apply for the pathway project construction funds along Cornelius Creek. It doesn't include the other 3/4 projects. Moving on to 5.7. Yeah.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Moving on to 5.7. No surprise, I'm pretty excited about this one, but I did have a question in the staff report. It said that in the phase 3, there was a first change order, so we're being asked to approve, or it's being recommended that we approve a second change order. The first change order was of the order of $40,000, and I personally don't know what precipitated that change order or what kind of work was accomplished in that change order. So I was curious to hear from staff on that if possible.
So this is Emil Morales speaking from Public Works. Good evening, Council. The first change order was due to the designs that I had actually created when I was first making the designs for the sidewalk repairs. I was a little too strict, I would say, with what I had defined for removal. And, you know, once you find one problem in the sidewalks, you kind of start finding other problems. So if we're replacing For example, a sidewalk around a tree root, there would often be little cracks that I had previously ignored when I thought that it was a perfectly fine looking sidewalk. And then, when you kind of want to start improving things, I just kind of wanted to expand the scope quite a bit. And there were some changing field conditions. There were some tree trimmings that needed to be added. In some situations, there was some damaged curb that just made a lot of sense to replace at the same time as the sidewalk. So all in all, this added up to, $40,000. And I do think that a lot of it had to do with just the designs just not being fully complete or encapsulating all of the sidewalk that could have been replaced.
Thank you for the explanation and thank you for the work. I've been obviously really happy that the sidewalks are getting repaired and appreciate that you're on the ground with that project. And I certainly understand how a crack, as I've seen this in the sidewalk adjacent to my property, a crack that is not noticeable once you start doing demolition work opens up and becomes more apparent. So thank you again for the explanation.
Right. Councilmember Nason, go ahead.
Yeah, my address is one of the ones proposed. And I've raised concerns about it, actually. It may not, perhaps it will not be ultimately the one that gets done. But I'd like to abstain from this item just to be on the safe side.
Okay. Vice Mayor Jordan.
So in that regard, I wonder if it'd be helpful to poll on this one right now, just to get it out of the way so that the rest of the consent calendar can go forward with all of us.
Okay.
Okay.
Hold on, Councilmember Tino, go ahead.
I just wanted to check where we're at. My internet went down and I've just been able to fully reconnect. So if we could summarize where we're at.
We're at 5.7 and Vice Mayor Jordan is getting ready to make a motion to go ahead and approve that.
Excellent, thank you.
Member of the public for public comment.
Okay, hold on. Let me get Councilmember McQuaid, please. Thank you.
I was just going to mention that too. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you. All right, go ahead and let him in.
Music to my ears. Let him in. I certainly sorry this worked out with me holding up the vote or anything. I don't want to do that, but there's two comments I have on this. One is, once again, it's really great that we got the sidewalk tax approved way back when in Albany, and this work is continuing. I really think there's a lot of work. Just walking down my street, I see a lot of stuff. I think, there is this added component to this that we need to have. We need to have something suggesting to homeowners that they do their part as well, that they cut the vegetation. There's a lot of lemon trees sticking out into the sidewalk. So there's a lot of work to do, and it stems from the fact that the city is so old. But I also want to mention, though, that given kind of where the city's situation is with COVID-19 and with, with the impact that people are having and the priority change that's showing in the public comment that we're getting from the will of the public of what the priorities of the city council and so forth. I'm okay with going ahead with this project, but some of the comments I heard about doing a little bit of extra stuff, that might be good in normal times. But maybe we need to somehow trim a little of that and focus more on just getting more sidewalk repaired and getting more of the critical places. Because for me, I'm 57 years old. I've got a variety of health conditions having to do with my bones, and walking around at night, it's not fun to trip on a sidewalk. And well, I had one bad case at the beginning of the year where I actually had to take time off work from a sidewalk injury. So I'm glad we're doing this, but I think maybe there needs to be a shift in there somewhere toward getting more done with less resources and also with residents chipping in. That's what I had to say.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Bill. And I don't see anyone else. Do you?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. The sidewalks are very important. We fixed the sidewalks. Gosh, I mentioned this in a city council meeting 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago, that if we fix our sidewalks, it encourages a healthier community, because once our sidewalks are fixed, people want to walk more. I suggest, rubber sidewalks like Solano Avenue, the south side, right there by Subway, old Subway, the record shop now. That's a really neat used tire rubber sidewalk. If you fall, it doesn't hurt so much. If roots grow underneath the ground and pushes it up, you just take out one of those squares and you just pop in a new square. It seems like they're little individual squares. You don't have to replace the whole sidewalk. Also, my grandma Betty, she fell walking around Cornell and Stanage around the block. So many times she had knee replacements and she fell. So I'm glad we're fixing the sidewalks. I'm glad that's what we're doing. If you could remind the public on how to report a sidewalk issue, I forget the number to call or what website we could go to let the city know, hey, I found a new raised sidewalk. There's a root growing. I know it's a really big city. There's so many sidewalks that need to be replaced. But not one sidewalk is more than the other. But we're fixing Solano already. We're fixing San Pablo. So just can you remind the public where we can go suggest if we see new spots on the sidewalk? And I would suggest rubber sidewalks. If we can do more pilot programs with rubber sidewalks, use tires, that sort of things. Because if you do fall, it's softer. And when you replace it, you just kind of take out one square and pop in a new square. I'm just not sure, but there's a lot of investigation, please.
All right. Thank you, Jeremiah. Mr. Morales, can you please just advise the public if they want to report any cracks or any defects in the sidewalk, what number they would need to call to contact the city? What's the process?
Sure. I think the best process is to go on the city website, albanyca.org. You hover your mouse over the I want to, and under submit, you could submit a service request. It's really great. Oftentimes, if people call in, especially during this kind of weird pandemic time, it's, we have limited staff in City Hall, and messages will get forwarded when they are received, but there is just an additional lag time, whereas it's really convenient to submit a service request on the website, and it allows us to reach out back to the homeowner or the person submitting the service request. And it's just tracked much more easily than a phone call. So I recommend doing that.
Okay, and for just saying that if someone doesn't have the capabilities of going online, they can pick up the phone and call, and you guys will still there. It's just going to be lag time in getting the information to you to address it, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. Before we go to the vote, I just want to say I'm excited from a liability perspective. We're going to save some money. There's been seniors I've met just walking up and down the sidewalk that have fallen on Solano, and they're not necessarily following the necessary paperwork for the city to be responsible for that. So I'm excited that we're taking the initiative to move forward to get those sidewalks repaired. And with that said, Vice Mayor Jordan, you want to make your motion?
Yes, I will move approval of resolution 2020-126, which approves the change order that will allow for sidewalk phase 4 as an add-on to the existing contract for phase 3.
I'll second.
All right, the motion has been second. We'll go ahead and do a roll call.
Councilmember McQuaid,
Yes.
Councilmember Nason,
Abstain.
Councilmember Tiedemann,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
Mayor Gary.
Yes.
The motion passes.
All right. We're going to the next item they have pulled. That is Councilmember McQuaid 5.8. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to give a shout out to firefighter Bill Dennehy. He's retired. I think he's already retired after 29 years of service. And I think that's worth our taking a moment to note and recognize his incredible devotion to the city of Albany. That's it.
All right, thank you. And congratulations on retiring. One day. All right, we're gonna go to the next item. Oh, sorry, I forgot.
Mayor,
We got
there is a.
Go ahead, bring him in. Mr. Larson?
Yeah, I actually wanted to speak on the sidewalk repair issue. I'm a little concerned when I hear city staff talk about homeowners reporting needs damage to the sidewalk. We should keep in mind that ultimately, legally, the homeowner is 100% responsible for that repair. And I think going down the road, the next time we come up with, and I suggested this before, next time we come up with a sidewalk repair plan, we do what a lot of other cities have done. We require the homeowner to make a contribution. There's certainly an improvement. If you got a cruddy looking sidewalk and you repair it with a nice new sidewalk, there's certainly an increase in curb appeal. It's probably an increase in the value of the home. The homeowner benefits. I think he would be very happy to if the city could offset some of the costs to get a $2,500 sidewalk repair job for $1,500. I think the homeowner would be happy. The city would be able to leverage their funds in a more efficient, intelligent way, and we get more sidewalks repaired faster. So I was going to comment on the other one, but that was my interest in, that was my reason to raise a hand. Thanks.
Sure. My apologies, Mr. Larson. I did not see your hand raised for that issue, but prior to we made that vote. Is there, and I'm asking staff, is there any way we could just, do some research on his concerns even after we made the vote, or is it too late? Because I did not see his hand.
That item's somewhat separate from the action you took. We can certainly follow up on that later.
Okay, that would be great. Okay, thank you, Nicole. All right, now we're moving to 5 point now. Oh,
Jeremiah, this is just your turn to speak on 5.8.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to acknowledge the fire department. That's 5.8, right?
That's correct.
I just want to take some more time because it was so briefly. We just said, oh, it was great to retire. I just want to take one more minute just to acknowledge the entire fire department. Everything they do for our community. Those are the people we count on to save our life. We're feeling ill. We got a fever. I just want to say last night, I was playing around with my cat and my cat bit my hand. And I had a seizure. I blacked out. And I have a medical condition if I get hit really hard. I was a quarterback in Albany High School, and I got a couple concussions on the field. And ever since then, if I get hit really hard or bump myself, I black out. And last night, my cat bit my hand, and it hurt so bad. I blacked out. And luckily, this lady, I call her Grandma, she was over visiting, brought me some Cafe Raj. Her daughter goes to school, Valentina, in Albany, 3rd grade, I think. And, I'm so thankful she was there in the Albany Fire Department, because I called the fire department. I said, Grandma's going to drive me. I'm on my way. And Captain Jim B, he was there. And I'm blanking on the names of the other folks right now, but they were so helpful. And our community depends on our fire department. And I just wish we could acknowledge the fire department for more than just fighting fires, because they have paramedics. And if anybody from Albany is in an emergency situation, the fire department's got our back. And I just hope we could raise some money for the budget for them. I hope we could add more fire department, more paramedics as the population increases in Albany. I just wanted to give a great shout out to the fire department and everything they do for our community to keep our community safe. Those are the true heroes. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremiah, for your comments and raising awareness to our fire department and staff. Thank you so much. Anyone else? It looks like Mr. Bill is on. Go ahead.
Oh, yes. Hi. And thanks. Jeremiah reminded me of this. This reminded me of my kidney stone story, which I'll tell here. I won't tell you all the gory details, but I did have one. It was about 4 years ago. And I knew that Albany had its own emergency operations control center, or its own emergency call center. So when you call 911 in Albany, guess what? It goes downtown. And so they came, they were here like in, I think less than a minute. It was so reassuring because I didn't know it was a kidney stone. It was reassuring. They gave me a ride to the hospital. It was free. You know, I was there in 10 minutes. You know, the rest of the story was bad, but it was really reassuring that they are there for us. So close. And, you know, it's unfortunate that EE failed. So, but I just wanted to also chime in here and thank the gentleman for his service and the entire fire department. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bell, for your comment. Anyone else, Ann?
That is.
All right. We're getting ready to move to our last item to be pulled, and that's 5.9. That is Councilmember Nason. Please go ahead.
Yeah, this is probably more properly raised under future agenda items, but it relates to this item, so I thought that I would mention it here. As we're looking at the advisory committee committees, an issue came up regarding whether it would be appropriate to have a business community person on the arts committee, although they don't live in, an individual might not live in Albany, and would it be appropriate? And I would like to raise as a future agenda item that we take a look at that, whether not to open it up, you know, and change it fundamentally the way that we have the Economic Development Committee, but to just take a look at whether the council at-large seat could be made one that people can be eligible for, even if they're not residents of Albany, if they have business in Albany, because of the relevance of the arts issues to the physical environment in which our businesses operate.
All right, thank you.
And at future agenda items. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Nason. Is there anyone in the public that want to respond to 5.9? Oh, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Jordan, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was getting prepared to move the calendar.
Okay. Let's see if we have any public comment, please.
No, we don't.
Okay, very well. All right, any other items from any? All right, with that said, we'll go ahead and have a motion to vote for the approval of the consent calendar minus 5.7, correct?
I will second that. I think that was the motion.
No,
Are you asking for a motion? Okay. I will move the consent calendar.
Okay.
Minus 5.7.
Okay, and Council Member McCoy, second that. With that, I'll go ahead and do the roll call.
Councilmember McQuaid,
Yes.
Councilmember Nason,
Yes.
Councilmember Tiedemann,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
Mayor Gary.
Yes. All right, we're moving right along to the good of the city. And so please be mindful. We do have a packed agenda. The comments will be 3 minutes. We appreciate you coming out, just expressing your time and about issues that are important to you. So we want to make sure that we're listening actively and that we're able to provide some type of response to you in the near future regarding your concerns. So with that said, and let's go ahead and open it up and let the first attendee speak. Thank you, Mr. Bill.
Yes. Hi, everyone. This is Brian Beal. It's coming to the end of the year here, and so I just wanted to share a few thoughts with you about that. Today, as some of you may know, is the winter solstice, and it's also a rare conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn. So a little personal advertisement for my photography. You can look me up on Facebook for Brian Beal or on Instagram. and see my photos. But as to what's going on in Albany, I'm just thinking about it, like, and particularly I'll use an example of the sidewalk, how this city was laid out around 1900 or so. It was designed for a lifestyle that was markedly different from what we have today. So the changes have grown and accelerated. The last year with COVID-19, I think has drastically changed the priorities of the city. And so a lot of ways, I think we need to, in the coming years, kind of start over and take a hard look at our land use and our resource use. How are our parks being used? How are our other city resources being used? Because what we're hearing from the public is that serving the homeless is probably a top priority. Dealing with the impact of COVID-19 is a top priority. But when you look at how much of our resources, how much of our land is actually being used for that, it seems like the answer is very little. So somehow I think we need to kind of adjust our whole mindset about how these things are looked at. And I guess, maybe there's nothing concrete for me to work with now to tell you, no specific plan or anything, but I think that's how I see the thinking. It is going to change. It is changing around us, but that would maybe encapsulate it, that we need to look at, how is our whole structure being utilized? Because like I look at my block, and there's 20, 40 cars on the block. How many of those are being used? None of them right now, none of them. So all these resources are being wasted on something that, we're just not using, and we could be using those resources for what people need them. So I hope maybe we can, with the boards and commissions and the council, that we can start to look at things a little more from that light. It's not just all about how we have done things, but how we should. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bill. Next attendee, Ann. Jeremiah.
Thank you. Yeah, exactly. So the Memorial Building and Memorial Park is vacant. Homeless shelter, right? So many buildings could be used as homeless shelters in Albany, but we're just not utilizing our resources that we have because we don't want to. We don't want to help the homeless. That's kind of a negative attitude, but we have these things available. Everyone's afraid of COVID. I get it. The Albany Library, we'll let the homeless sleep outside. We won't bother the guy in the red tent. He's been there for months. So it's like a safe space, it's a hands-off approach, right, Jeff? So, we let the homeless people sleep outside, but they could just die of pneumonia. So are we really caring? I don't know. We need a safe place for the homeless to at least go to. The library seems like a safe place, but you shut off the outlets on the outside of the building because you don't want the homeless to use it. Now that's the wrong attitude because the library is supposed to be where kids can go to use the Wi-Fi to study for school if they don't have a computer access at home. But you have students can't even go to the library to plug in their laptop to do their homework because you guys are so worried about letting the homeless people use the outlet. It's a public building, right? So it kind of seems like there's a lot of hate on the homeless, which means if you more the hate on the homeless, more you're hating on the rest of the community because you're not letting students use the outlets to charge their laptops. That's sad. And speaking of the solstice, I had no idea, but the stars and the planets are in alignment tonight. Tonight, Albany finally had its first shower right on Solano Avenue. I parked a shower trailer on Solano Avenue and 5 homeless individuals took showers, hot showers. Can you believe it? What a success story. Jeremiah, one human being, one person can make a difference. It's amazing how one person brought showers to Albany. I wish the entire city of Albany, with all the resources you have, could have done it. I mean, I've been asking since March. But I'm so glad the planets and everything's in alignment for Jeremiah to bring a shower trailer to Albany, and 5 homeless people got to take a shower today. And I plan to do this every single day for the rest of my life. Because you know what? One person can make a difference. And I'm proof of that. So I really hope that Albany can get its act together. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremiah, for your comment. Mr. Tang, go ahead, please.
Good evening, Albany City Council members. My name is Andrew Tang. I am a co-founder of Voter Choice Albany and co-organizer of the Measure BB campaign. Voter Choice Albany is very excited and pleased with the passage of Measure BB, which 73% of Albany voters voted in favor of. Measure BB would implement ranked choice voting at large for future Albany elections. Voter Choice Albany, however, has heard that the City Council may be considering ranked choice voting by district in response to a lawsuit letter from Mr. Kevin Shankman. Voter Choice Albany is quite concerned about this prospect, as we believe this would overturn the will of Albany voters. I cite specifically the new Chapter 7 of the Albany Municipal Code, Section 7-1.1, which was put in place by Measure BB. It says, ranked choice voting shall be used for electing members at large during each general municipal election, beginning with the November 8th, 2022 general municipal election. So I urge the City of Albany to seek a negotiated settlement with Mr. Shankman, implementing ranked choice voting at large. Voter Choice Albany believes this would be a win-win-win solution. Mr. Shankman gets an easy $30,000 and declares victory without the hassle of a lawsuit that he might or might not win. The residents of Albany get what they voted for, and the city avoids a lawsuit. I also note that Mr. Shankman has been open to solutions other than district elections. Specifically, I'll point to Mission Viejo, where he agreed to cumulative voting as a solution. I also note that with the passage of Measure BB, Mr. Shankman's negotiating position has weakened substantially. I would think this would make him more willing to settle. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Mr. Tang, for your comment. All right, the next one is Ms. Frank. Go ahead, please.
Hi, this is Julia Chang Frank. I'm a Parks and Recreation Commissioner. I am an Asian American, and I also attended a VCA Core founder of Voter Choice Albany, and I actually attended a meeting with Councilmember Nason and at that former Councilmember Barnes with the Asian Law Caucus to discuss specifically the idea of ranked choice voting for Albany. And one thing I just want to mention, I'm obviously very supportive of Andrew Tang, the former commenter's remarks. I completely agree. We're all on the same page at VCA Core that we really want the measure that we passed to stand. And I do think that it should be noted that, we are a group of many members, but many of whom are Asian American and really believe strongly that ranked choice voting will lead to not just more racial representation, but social equity considerations. And when we talked with the Asian Law Caucus, they specifically were very happy that we were at the table advocating for ranked choice voting because they felt that it needs to come from the community. So this measure BB came from the community, came from those who are impacted by, we sought for this change, and we're very happy with this change that passed. And so we really hope that you will let it stand. And the districts, we really sought out Measure BB as it is written because we did not want districts. We felt like districts would almost be absurd in a small city like Albany. So, and by the way, the racial distribution in the city of Albany wouldn't necessarily, it is distributed pretty evenly. So it's not so clear that districts would actually lead to more representation. So I would just urge you to please, let the Measure BB stand as it is and not pursue districts. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia Frank. Looks like we have Mr. Pilch. Will you go ahead, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. Nick Pilch, Albany resident, and I want to second the comments of the previous two speakers. I am working with Voter Choice Albany now and agree with their concerns and principles. The voters have spoken and they've overwhelmingly endorsed ranked choice voting at large for Albany by passing Measure BB by 73%. By now, far more voters will know about ranked choice voting at large, but far fewer will know that Mr. Schenkman has filed a CDRA lawsuit, likely based on only the actions of one of the council members who acted on his own, supplying Mr. Schenkman with who knows what information or disinformation. Were the voters to know that we could go to districts as the only sanctioned remedy, or that we could negotiate with Mr. Schenkman about accepting ranked choice voting as the remedy or some other mutually agreeable solution, I'm sure they would say, why the heck would you not put everything you have behind a negotiation? Bring in special counsel that is expert in CVRA, listen to those with deep knowledge in the subject, including advocates in the town and elsewhere and their context. Mr. Schenkman has expressed willingness to do settlements in many cases. After all, citizens of Albany and the voters did take action against CVRA violations in their town. We acted, we passed Measure BB. He will appreciate and respect that. The voters would also not appreciate knowing that there's a possibility of tearing up our city into the tiniest of districts when our city is already the size of just one district in nearby cities. We don't have ethnic, racial neighborhoods in our cities, as the previous speaker said. Its diversity is spread throughout the city. So districts don't make sense. The result of going to districts will be that the result will be many more uncontested elections where almost anyone could end up on the council, qualified or not, or even districts where no one runs. The city government will be in chaos, not to mention the enormous use of money and staff time to create the districts. In this time of COVID, when we're facing ever mounting bills from CalPERS and the many, many millions of dollars to come, this does not make sense. I urge the city council to throw everything they got and more into a settlement negotiation with Mr. Schenkman that does not create 5 city districts. I also want to use the remaining amount of my time to say that we do have the San Pablo Avenue specific plan online town hall open right now. I encourage you all to participate and everyone listening. However, I agree with Mr. Larson, who spoke earlier, that we have not had enough public outreach. I think we need to have a Zoom meeting for this same cause as well, because I do believe that the word gets out, people will support a very strong San Pablo Avenue specific plan. And also we need to have before and after renderings in that plan, in the outreach to that plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Pilch, for your comment. Next, we have a caller.
Hi, my name is Evelyn Shen. I am also co-founder of Voter Choice Albany, and I am just adding my voice to all of the folks that you just heard. You know, we live in a democracy. The voters overwhelmingly voted for ranked choice voting at large. We did it. When I spoke to people who supported it, they really wanted it because they felt like they would have better representation. They wanted it because they wanted more representation by people of color, young people, renters, low-income people. This is what we need, and this is what the voters asked for. And if you decide to kind of move past this and go to districts, you have just really bypassed what the community of Albany has overwhelmingly voted for. And so I urge you to not listen to the single interests, brought on by this lawsuit. Kevin Schenkman also, as Nick Pilch mentioned, believes in civic engagement. He believes in representation, and I think, as other folks have said, he seems to be willing to negotiate. So I really, really encourage you to lift up to represent the will of the voters and let Measure BB stand. Thank you.
Thank you, caller. I appreciate your comment. Next caller is Rachel.
Hi. I am not with Voter Choice Albany. However, I am going to echo what they say. Really, my understanding and the research that I did is that ranked choice voting actually increases minority representation in government. And I am very concerned about the idea of there being very small districts. I'm an African-American resident of Albany. Our voices already quiet, and any further dilution would be very frustrating, particularly in the light of the fact that the voters have spoken as to what we want, and also with respect to any lawsuit, which I don't know any of the details of, but I would question whether or not there is an argument, and I am a defense attorney and I am a former deputy city attorney for the city of Berkeley. I would question whether or not there is a defense that the what the voters have voted for actually satisfies the lawsuit. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Rachel. Is there anyone else? I don't see anyone on my screen. Anne? All right. All right, we're going to go ahead and move to number 7, the council subcommittee reports, council member reports on appointed representation of Albany meeting and events. Does anyone have any reports, council members? Council member McQuaid, go ahead. You're on mute.
I did attend the East Bay Community Energy Board meeting last week, a 4-hour experience. And at that point, we approved a policy to set a target of providing East Bay customers with 100% clean power by 2030, which is 15 years ahead of the state. I also attended the Alameda County Mosquito Abatement District, where we reviewed the strategic plan with former Mayor Pilch. I attended the mayor's conference. We had 2 sessions of the Everyone Home strategic plan. I attended the East Bay Division of the League of California Cities board meeting. And that's about it for me for the last couple of weeks.
All right. Anyone else? Councilmember Nason, go ahead.
I just wanted to make the comment, because we are on city council subcommittees, that perhaps we should agendize in the near future a discussion of which communities, which committees are active, what are their, which ones are needed, and who should sit on these committees, because a number of them, these are 2-person committees, and now a number of them are only 1-person committees. So we should take action in the near future.
It's item 12.4.
That's what I thought. Sorry.
Oh, okay. I thought we had, I skipped over that. I thought we were doing the reorganization of the bodies. I didn't realize I missed that we were doing reorganization of committees as well.
No worries.
You wished it into existence.
Yeah.
All right. Anyone else? All right. Well, I'll say I did attend the Alameda County Faith-Based Organization and Leaders on COVID-19 meeting that was on December 17th. It was a lot of information, definitely good to hear from faith-based leaders on how to handle their congregations in COVID. The county also advised that they have some new testing measures that are coming down the pipeline, so we should be looking forward to that. I would like to encourage staff that we need to look at some avenues on how we can bring COVID testing here in Albany to our residents, especially our seniors, as the vaccinations are coming in. We just want to make sure that we're taking care of our community as a whole. So excellent information. I'm excited about what's getting ready to come down the pipeline as far as the testing, and we can possibly use and implement those practices in the city as well. I want to say that I did go to the UC Berkeley Village on today regarding the food distribution. And that is always a sight to see, seeing students lined up for food and their needs being met by UC Berkeley. I just want to encourage our council members as well as the public that there is a need over there. They are looking for women feminine hygiene products, baby wipes. They're also asking for baby food. And so with that said, I would just encourage, if you cannot serve, we do have people that are in need here in our community, and we should be an advocate for trying to make sure that everyone is being taken care of and safe during this time. And that's all I would like to report. Thank you. Anyone else? All right, we will move down to 7-1 on the city council subcommittees. Does anyone have any report from the subcommittees? I guess it would be basically Councilmember McQuaid and Neeson because we're new.
No.
Okay. Councilmember, no? Okay. We'll go down to 7.2 on the regional bodies, same too. Is there anything report new?
I did mine.
You did yours, Councilmember Neeson?
I have nothing to report.
All right, all right. And then 7.3, any city council meeting or events?
I just read everything together.
All right, sounds good. It works. All right, now we're going to get ready to listen to our city manager report. Go ahead, Nicole. Thank you.
Are we taking public comment on this? Because we have hands up.
Sorry, I cannot see that. So please, someone, thank you for, and if you can open it up for public comment. Thank you, Councilmember Tiedemann.
Thank you very much. This is Corey Dostey, they, them pronouns. I just wanted to quickly comment on just choice of language around folks receiving the vaccine, seniors and disabled folks, right, who aren't all seniors, and menstrual products, which aren't necessarily feminine or just for women. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the clarity. Is there anyone else? Jeremiah?
Hi, it's Jeremiah, thank you. You mentioned food for the village and everything. I was wondering about like food for the homeless. Does the city have a subcommittee for homeless? I was just curious why the city, the past council, last 4 years, they never developed one. I just hope this council is more mindful and maybe would make a subcommittee for homeless outreach, maybe provide some food. I know I provide food for the homeless day in and day out, hundreds and hundreds of meals for Albany homeless. And also I would suggest you guys maybe get a Port of Oakland subcommittee, some sort of port authority. That way y'all know what's going on with the economy and shipping. That would probably behoove you. I'm not working right now, so I can't report back to you on all that jazz. But I really think maybe a homeless subcommittee would be great. And also you did mention you went to the Alameda County Health Department, Madam Mayor. I just have one question. If you could use something you learned with the Alameda County Health Department regarding COVID, if you could implement some policy with Golden Gate Fields, the huge outbreak at Golden Gate Fields, can you let us know what the city's plan is in the future and now about how to handle big outbreaks like Golden Gate Fields, and specifically what are we doing now about Golden Gate Fields corona outbreak, if we can get a report back to the community what we're doing, because that's what the Alameda County COVID thing, please. Thank you. Keep up the good work, everybody.
Thank you, Jeremiah. All right, just a correction. I did not go to the health department. It was basically a faith-based community meeting on how faith-based leaders could deal with their congregation, opening their services for attendees to go into the churches. So, but I will take into consideration your comment and we'll do the research. Thank you so much. All right, if there's not any more comments, Nicole, I think we're ready for your report.
Thank you, Mayor. Quick update. The city's Recreation and Community Services Department continues to create inventive ways to keep everybody engaged. Please take a minute to check out our winter break camps. You can see those online, everything online at albanyca.org, Home Together. We also have virtual winter and spring activity guide now online as well, with a lot of opportunities there to stay engaged virtually. We will be having a Community Emergency Response Team, CERT, community meeting coming up January 6th from 7 to 8. Again, that will be a virtual meeting. Look at the city's website calendar to get the link for that meeting. Our meals, groceries, and essential items are still being delivered to vulnerable individuals as the shelter in place continues. We are up to over 12,000 meals total delivered and almost 700 bags of groceries delivered. Again, just incredible work by our Recreation and Community Services Department, who continues to serve those needing that service. Also phone calls and other items as needed. So please, if you need help through the shelter in place, contact our Senior Services Department to assist with that. Public Works, busy as usual. The paving project on Adams Street started today. This project includes paving Adams between Buchanan and Solano and replacing dated curb ramps, and will be completed by the end of January or early February. Construction also on Washington Avenue project has begun. The project includes repaving between San Pablo to Cornell and Masonic to Pomona, as well as updating curb ramps in that area, and also a stormwater treatment design as part of that project. And we expect that to be completed in April. There's some work going on at Ocean View Park as well, with field restoration and other maintenance of the soil and seeding. And all of our parks or fields are closed now for the winter months to let the soils and grass grow and maintain. We are doing the Lower Solano curb ramps project in early January, and this project will bring curb ramps into compliance on Solano between Madison and Masonic, making sidewalks more accessible. Construction will take approximately 2 months once started. As part of the city's overall sidewalk maintenance program, crack sealing has been completed along Solano and San Pablo. And also, as presented to the council in September, the city was awarded a grant from ACTC, which will fund a sidewalk shaving project to be completed in January. Public Works staff is also continuing to work on cleaning the city's storm drain system this month in preparation for rainy season. This is an opportunity for residents to make sure storm drains, sump pumps, and gutters are working properly before the rains. As usual, sand will be available at Ocean View Park, and sandbags are available at the firehouse. That concludes my report.
You're muted.
Mayor, you're muted.
Dang it, sorry. Thank you, Nicole, for your report. I'm gonna bring it back to the city council. Are there any questions, concerns, or anything regarding her report that you would like to bring about? All right, we're gonna go to the public. Are there any questions?
Oh, wait.
You said yes, no? Yes, okay. Go ahead, Jeremiah.
Just one question, one quick question. Those 12,000 meals from the senior center, just are the homeless able to some sort of outreach for any meals there regarding any homeless in Albany? Is that a possible source for food for homeless? I mean, can they call if they don't have a phone number? How would they get food? Or is that just for senior citizens? Or shelter in place order to make life easier for the residents? I mean, there's unsheltered residents in Albany. We just have to be mindful for everybody. So is that any of that food available for the homeless, and how, and if it's not, how could we incorporate some extra bags we can distribute, possibly in case the police department interact with homeless? Maybe the police department at the same time could give the homeless person a meal, or like a brown bag, you know, here's some non-perishables, here's some food, here's some resources for Albany Cares, free laundry on Thursdays, instead of just telling the homeless, you know, just move on out the way. Is there food available for homeless somehow?
All right, thank you, Jeremiah. And are there any other attendees, Ann?
No, they're not.
Okay, thank you. City Manager Nicole, can you respond to his question? And with that, just bring clarity to what the city has in place or is doing for the homeless. So there's a clear communication that, you know, the city is working or whatever is being in place. I would like you to just elaborate on that briefly about the city's position with homeless and how we're dealing with our homeless population. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I think the key word there is briefly, because our programs are so extensive, it could take an entire city council meeting or more than one city council meeting. And I would redirect the individual inquiring to the programs that have been in existence for many, many years now. The Albany Cares program, which has been well served to countless individuals within the community, both those experiencing homelessness and other issues. Anyone seeking assistance can simply dial a phone number. That phone number is 510-524-9122. We also have the ongoing contract with Berkeley Food and Housing Project. Again, that's been going on for many years now, and we have successfully housed several individuals and helped them with services that are needed. Beyond that, we would be happy to schedule an informational presentation to the council.
That would be great. Thank you so much, Nicole. All right, bring it back to the council. Any other questions? All right, now we're moving down to our new business. Item number 12. We're going to start with the green building measures. We have staff report. Will you go ahead, please?
Again, good evening, Mayor and council members. This is Jeff Bond, the Community Development Director. I'm just going to take a moment to introduce my colleague, Michelle Klaus. Michelle is an analyst in our office and has been working with your Climate Action Committee and the Planning and Zoning Commission on the preparation materials that you have this evening regarding our green building program. So with that, Michelle, if you will begin your staff presentation, appreciate it.
Thank you, Jeff. Let me just share my screen here. Does everyone see that okay? All right, great. Well, yeah, hello, council members, and thanks so much for your time this evening. And I'll try to be as brief as I can, but please ask me any and all questions you have once I'm finished with my presentation here. So just to give you a quick overview of what I'll be talking about, I'm going to go over briefly the Cal Green Code, as well as the voluntary tiers, give you some background on what those are. And then I'll go through the different measures that are in this resolution in two parts, energy efficiency and then everything else. And finally, I'll talk about how it aligns with our climate action and adaptation plan, and then the next steps. So Cal Green is the California Green Building Code. And it lays out a variety of measures and requirements that apply to all buildings in the state. And they fall under these 5 categories that you see listed on the side. And there's a whole variety of things in this code that are all considered mandatory. And then there's also tiers 1 and tier 2, which are voluntary and basically go 1 or 2 steps above those mandatory green building measures. And they, again, follow along all 5 categories that you see here. And any building can choose to go those steps above and basically be more green. And cities can also adopt these voluntary tiers and make them requirements for buildings in their cities. They can take one of these tiers and adopt it entirely, or they can cherry pick from both of the tiers the things that they're more focused on, which is what we've done here, as you'll see in the resolution. The California Energy Commission is also a big part of this resolution and this process. They set the energy efficiency standards that are found in Cal Green and the Energy Code. And cities are allowed to adopt stricter standards, but they have to be found cost-effective and approved by the CEC. And what cost-effective means is that over 30 years, the measure or the package of measures pays for itself through bill savings. So all of the energy efficiency measures that we've put below are based on cost-effectiveness studies that are approved by the CEC. And if the resolution is adopted, will apply to the CEC for approval. One last piece of background here is Energy Design Rating, or EDR. This is a kind of complicated one. Feel free to ask me questions later as I'll kind of breeze through it here. But this is the system that the state uses to determine the energy efficiency of a residential building. So every building gets a score, 1 to 100, or 0 to 100 actually. 100 is the equivalent of a 2006 IECC compliant home, and 0 is a zero net energy home. So the lower your score, the more efficient your home. And there are mandatory scores that are set by the Cal Green Code, and they vary a lot depending on the building. You actually just put the information for your building into a compliance software, and it spits back that mandatory EDR number for you. So, you know, it might be 30, it might be 20, depending on what building you have in question. And there are also EDR margins, and that's what we're working with here in the resolution. The EDR margin is basically a number that the building has to get below the mandatory level. So if for a specific building, like in this example, the mandatory set by the state was 23.9, and we put on an EDR margin of 10, then that building would actually have to get down to a 13.9, or 10 points more efficient than the state requirement. So that's what EDR margin means, and we'll see that in the next slide here. So this is the EDR margins, and this is the first group of energy efficiency measures in the resolution. This is only for residential buildings and only for new construction. And so you can see here, we have a list of different numbers depending on the type of building. And as you can also see, the larger margins are for the mixed fuel buildings, so 10 and 10.3. And because they're larger margins, they also go along with a larger greenhouse gas reduction and also a larger price tag. The electric buildings have much lower efficiency margins. For multifamily, it's actually 0. So that's exactly the same as the state requirement. There's no difference. And then for the single family electric building, it's 4.7 efficiency margin. And all that means is that the margin has to be achieved by making the building itself more energy efficient. So increased insulation, better windows, that sort of thing, rather than just adding more solar panels on. And I can, again, get into more details on that afterwards if you'd like. This is the non-residential side of it. It uses a term called compliance margins, which is really similar to EDR margins. It's just with percentages, basically. So the larger percentage, that means you're overachieving from the state requirement, even more so. So your building is more efficient. And again, you can see with the mixed fuel buildings, there are larger compliance margins here. So 20% and 16. And again, larger greenhouse gas reduction, larger price tag. And then for the electric buildings, they're generally smaller compliance margins. So again, all of these are making the buildings more energy efficient. And a final energy measure is non-residential solar. So currently, the Cal Green Code says that all non-residential buildings need to have what's called a solar zone. And that's here in this beautiful picture. It's basically a solar prep zone where solar panels can fit sometime in the future. It's got to be at least 15% of the roof area, and it basically needs to be unobstructed, unshaded, ready for solar panels to go there at some point. This resolution proposes that we actually require new non-residential buildings to actually install solar panels on their solar zone. So rather than just having it ready, to actually put them in there, and they would either need to fill the solar zone or put enough solar that it matches their modeled energy usage. All right, so those were all of the energy efficiency measures. And like I said, here are all the other ones. And they're a little bit simpler. It's just a list here. So this is for residential buildings. As you can see, most of them would apply to both new construction and alterations and additions. And generally, these are very low cost measures. You can see all the details about that in, I believe it's attachment 3. I can double check on that. But these are all pretty low cost. They're not going to really make a huge impact on the budget of someone who's doing an alteration or addition. The only exception cost-wise is the charging spaces, the EV charging stations here, which you can see is only for multifamily buildings and only for new construction. And then here we have non-residential measures, very similar. Again, mostly for not new construction, alterations and additions, with the exception of the water use here. And finally, I'll just touch on how this relates to our climate action and adaptation plan. So the most clear connection is CAP action 3.2.6, which is adopt voluntary green building tiers. So that would complete that CAP action. This is exactly what this resolution would do. But it also matches with a variety of other goals. It connects with a lot of different pieces of the CAP here in different ways. And you can see that list below. I won't go through it in detail. So next steps, the staff recommendation for this item is that the council adopt resolution number 2020-127, which would adopt green building measures to exceed the 2019 Cal Green mandatory measures. Since this is a resolution, this can be voted on tonight. It can also be delayed for further discussion if the council desires. And if the resolution is adopted, then staff will apply to the California Energy Commission, and the resolution will go into effect upon approval from the CEC. That usually takes about 1 to 2 months. Then staff would file the resolution with the Building Standards Commission and begin implementation. Okay, thank you all for bearing with me through a rather long and complex presentation. I'm happy to take any questions.
All right, let's bring it to the council. Do we have any questions at this time? And thank you so much, Michelle, for your report. Any questions? I can't see if it is. Hands up.
I have a question.
Okay, Councilmember Nason.
Yeah, 2 questions actually. One is about the Energy Star washing machine or dishwasher. I'm wondering about the rest of the appliances and why only one of the 2. And I have this concern that, you know, this is for renters, and so people are buying appliances for other people who are going to pay for their operation. So there's not much incentive for them to spend extra for lower energy consumption. So I'm just curious, what's the story with the rest of the appliances, and why make it only one of those 2? As
Yeah,
opposed
that's a great question.
Energy Star throughout the property.
Yeah, so this specific measure is taken from those Cal Green tiers. So it was written by the people that wrote the state code. So, you know, this is kind of just pulled from that. I think the reasoning is because washing machines and dishwashers are specifically big. I mean, they use a lot of water in the home, and they're pretty easy. I mean, they get replaced relatively often. So I think that was probably their thinking. But yeah, as far as why we, you know, chose that, we just kind of pulled it from the code as it was written. So that's why it's listed that way here.
The other one is the parking spaces with EV charging stations. What about EV readiness? I mean, what's the rationale there, since if the the lifespan of the buildings is going to extend into the period when the motor vehicles we drive now are no longer going to be allowed to be sold in this state, and everyone is going to need to be looking at EV charging. Why just 20%, and what about EV readiness? Because I actually think the 20% is on the high side for people living in multifamily are tend to be somewhat less prosperous than people who are living in single family homes. And it seems like assuming that 20% of them are going to have EVs seems a little optimistic. But can you tell me how that was arrived at? Is it the same story? Is it?
It's a similar story, not exactly the same. So the original tier version of this had 20% EV readiness. And the Climate Action Committee decided to actually make that 20% full-on charging stations, largely because they really wanted to make sure that we were making EVs a possibility right now, rather than kind of pushing everything down the road a little bit. So I think it was an attempt to try to make EVs available sooner. I think especially because in multifamily buildings, sometimes the charger comes before the EV, whereas in a single family home, you might buy the EV and then install your charger afterwards. So making sure that EVs are a possibility for people that living in multifamily is a really big priority that the CAC had. So I think that was their thinking in terms of that measure.
Is there really a significant difference between in cost between a parking space that is versus one that is not EV capable? I know that charging stations have their own costs, but if you in a very well planned world, if you're going to have all the cars need charging stations within a certain period of time, would it be wise to require them all to be capable of becoming EV stations?
Yeah, that's a question that I think even the experts are still out on. Some people have said, yeah, we should try to convert every single parking spot to an EV charging station. But a lot of people are starting to think that because you don't actually need to charge all the time, that there can be some sharing of stations, especially as the technology for charging gets better and it takes less time. So
I suspect a lot of those people haven't lived in multifamily buildings. Finding ways to share things can be tough. Is it a big cost difference?
A cost difference. Sorry, remind me again the difference
building
between
an ordinary parking space and building a space that is EV capable, even if it isn't right now.
Let me pull up my numbers on that. I think in one of our attachments here, I have some details on that. So the cost to put in a full-on charging station is somewhere between $1,500 and $3,000. And I believe the cost for just the EV ready space was, I think, closer to $500. I would have to double check on that. I don't have the number available right now, but it's lower for sure.
Just trying to understand the ballpark. Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Nason. Is there anyone else? If so, I can't see you. Go ahead.
I've got a question.
Yes, go ahead.
Just to clarify on the EV parking spaces, if in a multifamily unit there was no parking requirement, as sometimes has been discussed in relation to the San Pablo Avenue specific plan, I assume this would have no effect on the project?
Yeah, that's right. It's only 20% of the spaces that do exist. So
right.
If that's zero, it's zero.
Thank you. Awesome. And then I just wanted to clarify how these requirements apply to any project that might be streamlined or get ministerial approval because of affordability. I think in the staff report it says these apply to any project requiring planning permissions or having to go through the planning review process. So I think these all would still apply, but I just wanted to make sure.
Jeff might have a bit more information on that process.
Yes, the city still will go through a planning process, even if it's staff approved. So we still review these kinds of the projects that are sometimes processed under Senate Bill 35. We still review them for compliance with the city's planning and zoning code. It just doesn't go through a public hearing process. So yeah, the expedited projects would still be subject to these requirements.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Chamberlain. Anyone else? No.
Good. Yes.
Hey, I'm sorry, I can't see you, so just start talking.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, maybe we should go back to gallery
Yeah,
view at this point.
Exactly. That'd be great.
Yeah. Thank you for the presentation. Very instructive. I was curious to learn a little bit more about EDR and the 100% compliance on the non-residential side. So those are net zero. Is that only with regard to the building's electricity consumption? Because a mixed fuel building can't really be net zero, as I understand it.
Right, yeah, a mixed fuel building would never be able to achieve a zero EDR. Only an electric building would be able to do that.
Okay, okay. So there is an EDR rating for a mixed fuel building that does take into account. So EDR doesn't just regard the electric portion of the building, it regards all the energy consumption of the building.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, okay. And then on the net zero side, I mean, net zero means the building could still draw power from the grid. Is there going to be ultimately like a negative EDR or a greater than 100% compliance for buildings that actually have on-site storage?
Yeah, that is theoretically possible. Yeah, and battery storage is included as a part of that calculation. So part of the way that the multifamily buildings reach that 10 or 10.3 EDR we have listed here is through solar batteries.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so theoretically, if you had a really, really good electric building that had, you know, all clean electricity and solar storage and all those things, I think it could potentially get to negative, I guess. I don't know exactly how they do the math, but I imagine.
Yeah. Okay, interesting, thank you. And then I saw CO2 as the metric, which is a metric that's thankfully kind of losing its power because, so to speak, because we're on zero carbon electricity in theory. And so I don't, where do those CO2 numbers come from, given that Albany's on, or most accounts in Albany are on zero carbon electricity?
Yeah, that's a great question. So for the mixed fuel buildings, those CO2 numbers are much more impactful. For the electric buildings, a reduction in the percentage of CO2 doesn't mean a lot, like you said, because it shouldn't be producing any CO2. And of course, that's part of the reason why all of these numbers are trying to push people towards electric buildings. So really what that percentage would mean is it's just a reduction in the overall power that you're consuming. And of course, there's a benefit to reducing your power usage, even if it's clean power, but it wouldn't really be reducing that much actual CO2.
Oh, great. Well, so that anticipates my next question. So the CO2 numbers that are put out there, are they basically notional based on some state average greenhouse pollution factor, or?
So those numbers are taken for, I spent quite a bit of time with that compliance software that I mentioned, where all these EDR numbers are worked out and compliance margins and all of that. And the software is really advanced and can tell you how much CO2 emissions are produced for specific houses. And so that was built using lots of different variations of those EDR numbers.
And so does the software, is one of the inputs the actual carbon intensity of the electricity supply in the jurisdiction for that particular structure?
It doesn't actually include that part. That's kind of the one bit it's missing. But for the natural gas, it can tell you, the carbon emissions of that.
Let's see, so, but I think you said it in terms of for an all electric building, the amount of CO2% reduction is essentially proportional to the amount of power utilization reduction.
Right.
And as you said, there's a value to reducing the use of electricity, even if it's clean, because we need it, obviously, as shown by the rolling blackouts. Yeah, thanks very much. I think I'll leave it there. I've gotten as technical as I probably should, and maybe beyond.
Thank you.
All right, anyone else? All right, I'm gonna go ahead and open it up for public comment or questions. Jeremiah, go ahead.
Hi, Michelle. Good to see you again. This is Jeremiah. Great presentation again, by the way. I did step away for a minute, but a couple of things I have notes here. Remember the panel upgrade survey from last week? I was just wondering if we could let the public know how to take that panel upgrade survey, how to with the smile. And also, one of my other points of interest is if you could explain to the public, like you did for me last time, raise awareness on natural gas. And what is natural gas? Propane, CO2, I think it was methane or something. I did a Google search, and I think methane is worse than CO2 for the greenhouse effect, right? Natural gas is not really clean. It's actually worse than the environment. And also the third point is the city buildings, the memorial building, maybe schools, the city hall. Hey, there we go. The city hall and the police station. It would be great for the city to spearhead these green projects. I would hope the city would have solar panels on the city hall someday. There may be, I just can't see the roof. Maybe solar panels on the memorial building, solar panels on the schools. I think if the citizens were to see, wow, the city's making a change, we should make a change too. But I think it's kind of difficult for the city to ask Albany residents to make all these changes without implementing those policies or just spearheading, just leading the way to set a good example for the public. So what is natural gas? So everybody knows. The panel upgrade survey, how to, and the city should lead the way on green.
Thank you, Jeremiah, for your comment. Any other attendees, Anne?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Nick Pilch, go ahead.
Yes, hi, thank you. So great questions by Councilmember Nason about the charging infrastructure. So if we want to incentivize electric vehicles, it's true, we have to make it as easy as possible for people to use them. The infrastructure is not quite there. We need to do all we can to promote that. So I think 20% of the spaces being EV spaces for new construction is not a lot to ask, but it's a great question about making them all capable. It can be a very small incremental building cost, as far as I understand it, to install that conduit, the electrical conduit that's necessary, and install the charging stations later. In fact, the city did it themselves at the new maintenance center. There is a couple of, at least one space that is capable but does not have a charging station installed yet. And in terms of EVs not being affordable to everyone, or them being not being available to those with fewer means, not necessarily the case. Used EVs can be very affordable, can be cheaper than used gasoline powered vehicles. So that's something to keep in mind. And finally, a question for the presenter. Thank you very much for the presentation. Does this represent a REACH code? I know that at one time we were talking a lot about a REACH codes, or at least when I was a member of the East Bay Community Energy, we talked about REACH codes and bringing them to this city. So does this represent a REACH code? And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pilch. Any other attendees?
Mayor, I may have accidentally lowered one public's hand, and
Okay.
that member of the public would re-raise their hand.
Okay. I'll wait a few minutes before I move forward.
I'm not seeing any hands raised.
All right, sounds good. Michelle, will you go ahead and address the questions that have been presented before the council and yourself?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
So I think Jeremiah's first question was, so the panel upgrade quiz, that was something we talked about in the Climate Action Committee meeting last week. That's not actually in its finished version yet, but it will be available to the public on our electrification website once that launches. So that's number one. Natural gas, yes, is mainly comprised of, carbon and methane, and is definitely a negative for the environment, despite the word natural in it. That's why, again, this is trying to move Albany buildings towards electric power, which, as Vice Mayor Jordan said, is very clean here in Albany. And this would apply to city projects as well, the non-residential side of it. So that, could potentially help Albany lead the way. And then also, yes, this is a REACH code. Did I catch them all?
Good. All right, I'll bring it back to council for discussion or any other questions. Okay, has everyone looked over the resolution? Oh, sorry. Vice Mayor Jordan. Go ahead.
All right. I actually did have a question.
Okay.
I left off earlier. So this only applies to new buildings, not major, well, at least I should say the energy portion of it, the EDR portion of it for residences only applies to new residences.
Right, the energy efficiency measures, the EDR, compliance margins, solar, all that stuff is only new buildings.
Okay, I mean, so like us to put a marker down for the future. I've seen major remodels where basically the only thing that's left of the original structure is the floor joist system and some subflooring, and everything else is brand new. So it'd be great to lasso those into this somehow. I don't know if there's a legal mechanism to do that, and so I'll leave it at that for thinking purposes. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, are we ready to make a vote? Okay, Vice Mayor Jordan, go ahead.
Well, actually, I'm intrigued by Councilmember Nason's pointing out. It doesn't really make sense to have just 20% of the spaces as actually having chargers, which is a step up, as opposed to having the other 80% be EV charger ready. Given that if it is a differential of $500 per parking space, that's relatively nominal compared to the total cost of building residences, and I think it would be a huge loss not to have those spaces be charger ready, given what's coming. So I'm inclined to say that the other 80%, pardon me, need to be charger ready, because that's what's coming. I mean, as Councilmember Nason pointed out, I think it was a governor executive order. It's by 2035, internal combustion engine vehicles will not be sold any longer in California. And certainly these buildings will be around than any new buildings that are built. So I'm kind of curious to hear from the other council members what they think of that concept.
Councilmember Tiedemann, go ahead.
I like the idea and concept. I just want to make sure that imposing that sort of requirement doesn't. So we know that it imposes a fairly minimal marginal cost. Don't want to make sure it doesn't impose any other hardship we may not be thinking of making the parking spaces that much bigger and making it harder to meet any sort of parking requirements or anything like that. Just so I guess my question for staff is there any difficulty you can foresee from making that sort of strong requirement?
I can take a first shot at this, and Michelle, you can of course jump in and add to it if you have anything. The first downside that comes to mind is just the policy objective of trying to make housing affordable. And yes, this is a very modest incremental addition and it's important to our climate and so forth. But there is competing interests and priorities. And as we look in coming years, working on our housing element in particular, one of the mandates of our housing element is to look at the city's requirements. And so this might be something that we will want to revisit. I don't see any reason not to do it now, but just be aware that this might be something that you would come back to in the housing element and decide you might want to have a process or procedure where people can request an exception to this if they're achieving some affordable housing objectives, something like that.
All right. Vice Mayor, Councilmember McQuaid, sorry.
Problem. I think to sort of thinking about what Jeff just said, only perhaps reversing it, in the social equity impact part of this staff report, it does mention that this will raise the price of new construction at least somewhat, which could certainly impact some people in purchasing houses in Albany. So instead of asking for reduction in this, I think it might make more sense to, as we're looking at the housing element, to think about how we can perhaps come up with some type of housing fund, just for a generic term, to enable people that could need an extra little boost to be able to buy a home, that we could have some money for them that way. So I would, and we're down the road, we don't have to decide that piece tonight, but I do think it's important, as you know, as we look at other things, that we always come back to who are we going to exclude as we move forward, and how do we eliminate that exclusion? So I think that's something we need to think about.
All right, we definitely need to do the research on that and find out who's our target audience and how can we help them get into these homes. Councilmember Nason, go ahead.
Yeah, and I wanted to point out, if these are rental, if we're talking here about multifamily rentals, and down the road, more people are driving electric vehicles, and someone wants to rent the apartment, they're kind of stuck. You know, it's the marginal increase in the cost isn't going to fall on the landlord. I don't think a lot of landlords are going to be retrofitting their spaces in order to attract tenants for a very, very long time. So if, to the extent that there is kind of a precautionary principle of being ready to do it and protecting the future tenant who may wish to have that space, but then, you know, maybe they are sharing the existing spaces. I don't know enough, and I trust that these have been thought through, and I was curious, but I'm not sure I would be ready to mess with something that someone else has thought through, but we don't happen to have it necessarily in front of us today.
All right. Vice Mayor Jordan.
I will offer, as triggered by Councilmember Nason's comments, an anecdotal analogy, which I've heard through the grapevine, 1 degree of separation, of families who live in apartments in Albany who have tried to get around by bike, but there's no place to store their bikes, and so they have to store them outside, and they've gotten stolen repeatedly, and they eventually just said, forget it, we give up. So I think for the cost, and as you lay out, a new tenant comes in and they don't have a space, it seems like really what is a nominal cost on hundreds of thousands of dollars to build a residence, that it's to me pretty clear that the benefit is there to make that possibly available.
And the social equity may actually work in favor of the tenants. Having it be ready might actually work in favor of the tenants. It wouldn't today, but it might in 10 years. So, and you know, these buildings are going to be here for decades to come. So it does seem like a precautionary step.
Right. So it sounds like we may want to delay this and get some more research to make a definite decision. Are we in agreement at that? Or are we okay, Vice Mayor Jordan?
Well, I guess I would look to staff. I mean, do you think it's precipitous in your estimation from a policy consequence perspective to change this to include 80% charter ready. And we should wait for you to, understandably, if you think it's needed, do more analysis, have more of a chance to think about it, or is it not so onerous that we can go ahead now and get the clock going with the CEC?
I'll take the first shot at this, but also defer to Michelle to see whether she feels like a couple of weeks, we're in no hurry here. We did want to bring this to you by the end of the year so that we qualify for a grant. We've done that. Thank you. With a couple weeks worth of work, we might be able to bring this back to you on a consent calendar basis, with or without it, and just focus on this one particular issue. I guess I'd feel a little bit more comfortable about that than rushing something. Nothing's going to happen in the next month with any projects one way or the other. It may be that we do some research and we really don't have any more information for you, but then at least we've got a few weeks to have given it a try. So I guess as I speak out loud, I kind of think giving us a little bit of extra time just to double check that. I think that we might as well go do it properly if we have the time.
Thank you, Jeff, for that clarification. Anyone else? Do we need to make a motion on this, or? All right, go ahead.
Would staff like motion, or?
Strictly speaking, I don't think we need to have a formal motion, but we'll just plan to continue this to one of your meetings in January, you can expect to see it on a consent calendar for your final action.
All right, thank you, Jeff. That'd be great. Thank you, Michelle, for the presentation. I appreciate the information.
Thank you all.
All right, we're going to item 12-12. That is selection 2 council members to serve on subcommittee to review applicants for the Community Task Force on Policy. So we have a staff report.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
The council has established a community task force on policing that was done recently through resolution, and applications are currently being received for appointment to that task force with an initial submittal deadline of January 7th. At this time, staff is requesting that the council identify 2 council members to serve on a selection group to review those applications and make recommendations to the city council. The group will also be shared with 2 designees from the Social and Economic Justice Commission. Staff will work with that commission for selection of members at an upcoming agenda. And then once we have all 4 members designated for that selection group, we will convene meetings, and per our city attorney, those will be open public meetings to review those applications. So at this time, if the council would like to select 2 members to designate, that would be great.
All right, thank you, Nicole. Any nominations? We nominate ourselves. I will nominate me. And Councilman Tiedemann, are you saying yes?
I was just about to nominate you.
Oh, thank you. Anyone else? Vice Mayor Jordan.
I will nominate Councilmember Tiedemann.
All right. Any other nominations? Councilmember McQuaid? You're on mute? You're on mute.
I'd be interested in doing it.
Okay, we have Vice Mayor, Councilmember McQuaid. Anyone else? All right. Do we put this to a vote? Bring it out to the public for a comment?
Yeah, I'm going to nominate 2 nominates already, Madam Mayor Geary and Tiedemann as well. I had already nominated both of them a few hours ago, just thinking to myself, and it's just funny, that's how it turned out. So, great.
Thank you, Jeremiah. Any other attendees?
Hi,
Corey,
this is Corey Dosty. Thank you. They, them pronouns. I agree. I would second and support Mayor Geary and Councilmember Tiedemann, as they have demonstrated knowledge of and in-depth comprehension and consideration of the aspects that the consultants were talking about. Whereas, all due respect to Councilmember McQuaid, there were significant disagreements with what the consultants had said within the working group to establish this task force and the selection process that Councilmember McQuaid continued to have, including around the selection process. So I would be much more in favor of Mayor Gary and Councilmember Tiedemann. Thank you.
Are there other attendees, Anne?
No, that's it.
All right, thank you. I'll bring it back to the council members. So are we ready for a vote or any change? Council member Nason, go ahead, please.
Are we going to discuss at all?
We can, go ahead.
Okay. I would like to speak up for Council Member McQuaid serving on this on the ground that she has tremendous depth of knowledge about Albany and the folks who live here. I think that of the nominees, she is the one who is most likely to know about more of the people who are seeking to serve and know more about just how to pull a diverse thought group together. So I would speak in support of having Council Member McQuaid involved in this.
Okay. Any other discussion? All right, can we bring it to a vote, Anne? Motion, sorry. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
I guess just in terms of process, is this vote on each in reverse order of nomination, that sort of process?
Is that right? Yes? No?
I'm looking at Mala. I'm happy.
I know.
Okay,
I'm
like,
hesitating. I heard
Hey,
two nominations, but I didn't hear a motion. So, I mean, I think, I'm not sure that we actually have a process for how, and it sounds like Councilmember Nason is raising her hand.
Let's do ranked choice voting.
I think we should probably vote and then have the motion that the two candidates be a part of this. I mean, does that make more sense? Or, I mean, tell me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I think that would be fine if you wanted to vote on each candidate and then we can count and then go. Are you suggesting maybe Mayor Gary a straw poll vote such that then you can make the appropriate motion?
I mean, that's an option.
Or are you suggesting a formal vote? I mean, you could do it either way, I think.
Either way, I'm open to any suggestions from the council members. Or are you just gonna leave it up to me?
I think
Go ahead, but hold on, Vice Mayor Jordan. Councilmember McQuaid was speaking. Go ahead.
I was just going to suggest we do it like we do it for the mayor. The last name is mentioned. You vote yes or no. The next name, whoever gets sufficient votes wins.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and start. And if you'll do the roll call for the first nomination, which is myself.
Are we doing the last nomination first? Or
Last nomination first. Go ahead, please.
Okay, so this is for Councilmember McQuaid. We'll start with Councilmember McQuaid. Voting
Yes.
Okay, Councilmember Nason.
Yes.
Councilmember Tiedemann.
No.
Vice Mayor Jordan.
No.
Mayor Gary.
No.
Okay, the next one is for Councilmember Tiedemann. Councilmember McQuaid.
Yes.
Councilmember Nason.
Yes.
Councilmember Tiedemann.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Mayor Gary.
Yes.
The last nomination is for Mayor Gary. Councilmember McQuay,
Yes.
Councilmember Nason,
Yes.
Councilmember Tiedemann,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
and Mayor Gary.
Yes. All right, do we have a motion?
I don't think one's.
No,
I was
it's
just
needed?
gonna say, I
Okay.
don't think one is needed. I
All
think
right, sounds
we
good.
have the 2 members.
Okay, thank you. Now, as we move on to we're at 12.4. Just finished that. The reorganization of subcommittees.
Item 12.3, Mayor.
Sorry, 12.3.
Bodies.
Sorry. So now we're at 12.3 for the regional bodies.
Yes. Good evening, Council. This
I
is the
am.
item for Council to discuss the appointments to county and regional bodies where representation of the city is required. The Council reviews and updates the appointments to the county and regional bodies typically annually in December. At the November 16, 2020 City Council meeting, the previous mayor recommended to amend the City Council rules and procedures and council policies to provide guidelines to the appointment process. So staff is recommending council tonight to determine if a policy guiding the appointment process is of interest. And if so, staff can prepare a resolution to incorporate the updated policy language to the City Council rules and procedure and order and City Council policy. And also recommending the council to make appointments to all county and regional bodies to ensure the city is represented. Thank you.
Thank you, and the right will have discussion with the council. Is it Vice Mayor Jordan? Go ahead.
Sure. So I am in favor of trying to move to 2-year appointments for the reasons that are laid out. I think each of these regional bodies has its own culture, people involved, rules, and some of them only meet as the full body, not including subcommittees, only meet 10 times a year. And so in order for, if we rotate through every year, you know, there's a certain learning curve of at least a few meetings to become effective and figure out what's going on. I think that's really to the disadvantage of the representation of the city. And it might be that, you know, that there's some compensatory to the 2-year, which is, in my sense, in the past, there hasn't really been, and I might be wrong, and somebody please correct me who has more institutional knowledge and memory. It doesn't seem like there's much direction from the council to the representative it chooses to some of these regional bodies, oftentimes. So if we go to a 2-year approach, perhaps that could be strengthened so we make sure that that person is representing the city as a whole.
Any other discussion? Go ahead, Councilmember McQuay.
I like the idea of the 2 years. I think that does give a little more time to figure out how it all works. And obviously there'll be some changes at the midpoint as the council readjusts. I also think it's a good plan to have people who are particularly interested in certain advisory bodies to fill the seats in those bodies.
The what?
The people that have skill or interest actually fill the roles of those bodies.
Councilmember Nason, you have something?
No.
Just clarity. Okay. All right, I'll go ahead and open it up to the public. Do we have any attendees?
Hi, good evening. This is Jeremiah. You can hear
Go
me
ahead.
okay? Hi, thank you. Yeah, I think this is a great thing to do. I was just wondering if it's possible to maybe add an additional third person, just in case someone isn't able to show up. Because I noticed there's 2 members for each subcommittee. is it possible that a third member of the council could be added as just in case one of them doesn't show up, we have an alternate? And I was going to suggest that for the last agenda item, to where maybe McQuaid could just be an alternate. You know, more heads are better than one. Maybe there could be 3 people on policing to choose the applications. But who am I to say anything? I was just suggesting possibly having a third member be added to the subcommittee, just in case someone's sick or someone can't show up. I would just want to make sure there's an alternate that way. We could always have 2 people just in case.
Thank you, Jeremiah. Any other attendees?
No, that's it.
All right, I'll bring it back to the council. Any further discussion? All right. Vice Mayor Jordan, go ahead.
So on the policy question, heard a procedure question for support from myself and Councilmember McQuaid. I don't know how the other members feel. And I don't know if staff would like, I mean, ultimately it seems like if we're going to go that direction, then there should be a motion to have staff prepare more formal draft more formal write-up for us to consider in January. But I don't know how the other 3 council members are thinking about this, so I don't want to be precipitous and make a motion if there isn't support.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'll chime in. I'm in agreement. I think 2 years, definitely trying to understand the process, the procedures, getting to know, exactly what the committee entails. I think that would suffice. So I would be in agreement with the 2-year term for that. Councilmember Nason or Councilmember Tiedemann, you want to add in? Go ahead, Councilmember Tiedemann.
I was sad that I'm in agreement with that. I think it's the right way to do things.
Thank you. Councilmember Nason?
Yeah, my only concern is we left open the question whether the mayor position should rotate annually or every 2 years. One of the things that was discussed was that for transportation in particular, many cities have their mayor as their representative. It's because of the possibility that they may need to kind of speak for their city on matters on which they may not have received policy guidance from their council. So if we don't know whether whether the mayor position is going to be 1 year or 2 years, it does seem to bear on the region, on the choice regarding regional bodies. But it's just a consideration. It seems like I'm in the minority. You guys, it looks like there's a pretty strong consensus for 2 years, and I can certainly live with that.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Nason. Vice Mayor Jordan?
Yeah, I think we received information from somewhere, or I've got it lodged in my brain. I believe it's accurate. I'm sorry, I can't put my finger on the primary source, that the Alameda County Transportation Commission, which has, I think, a representative from each city plus the 5 supervisors, that the representatives of the cities, the 14 cities in the county currently consist of 10 mayors and 4 council members. So there isn't a specific requirement that it be a mayor. And
no, it isn't a specific requirement. It's just a practice. Yeah.
Yeah, although I would say if 4 of the 14 are not mayors, then it's how much of a practice is it? And I would also posit that for our city, the charter powers the mayor doesn't have any more power to speak to policy that hasn't been addressed by the council than any other member does. So I think it would be fine to have a council member there. And again, kind of goes back to what I said at the open. And again, if this is not the case, if I'm misreading, misunderstanding, or not aware of history, it seems like once these regional appointments are made, the council doesn't tend to provide direction thereafter, or that the representative doesn't bring back, hey, here's a really salient issue with non-obvious answer as to what Albany's position would be, please provide guidance. So I'd be in favor of that, alongside strengthening that, alongside of going to a 2-year appointment. So we really get the most, because I think having that diverse input, it really just strengthens what we can say and represent for Albany.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Tatum, go ahead.
On this topic, on a procedural level, so we could, I'm not sure if we can move on the resolution that's from the past agenda meetings tonight, but that language is not, I don't think it's 100% binding, especially on this question, as it says, you know, they should be mostly considered 2-year appointments till next session, with possible shuffling occurring due to mayoral rotation. I'd also say if we're planning on giving this back to staff to bring a more formal resolution for us at a next meeting, we could always exempt transportation or any other committee that we think will need to be flexible with the mayor if we would like to.
Thank you, Councilor Tatum. Councilmember Nick and Vice Mayor Jordan, sorry.
Yeah. But that's not we get confused a lot, let me tell you. That's not the first. Yes, I mean, on transportation, since I've actually served on an advisory body to Alameda CTC for a decade, and met with staff outside of that in a work group for weeks on end, really. I don't know the other bodies, but I would say Alameda CTC is one of the really quite convoluted ones in terms of the number of advisory bodies it has, subcommittees it has, the technical nature of what it deals with. So, I'd be more in favor of not exempting it. I think that's one of the bodies where a 2-year term really would help Albany be better represented.
Any discussion? All right, then I think the language does need to be looked at. I'm in agreement with Councilmember Tiedemann that it needs to be worked up. Do we want to send it back to the staff, have them update the language before we vote, or what are your thoughts, council members? Vice Mayor Jordan?
Yeah, I would move to have staff look at the language and draft what it sees as appropriate language given the intent expressed. That would become a part, I believe, of the council policy and procedures manual would be the place it would land. And that could come back to us, I think, at our retreat is where we're considering that document.
All right.
May I add guidance here? Absolutely, we can make that happen and formalize the direction given. I would also recommend that the council review the regional bodies this evening. The reason that's timely is there's meetings and we want to make sure the city is represented at those regional bodies. There's many variations that we can have with regard to a 2-year term. We can add some language that it's reviewed annually still, give you some options there in terms of flexibility to make sure that this is current and relevant as you move forward. So making those appointments this evening would not necessarily preclude other options in the near future, if that's helpful to the group.
Thank you, Nicole. So do we want to go ahead and start making those appointments so we can at least have representation, and then, like she said, we can go through the structure of the policy as it on our retreat or at a later date, okay? All right, Vice Mayor Jordan, go ahead.
Well, just to keep the progress going, I would ask if there's a second to the motion I made. We can lock down that piece or throw it away.
Do we need a motion for that?
Yeah, that's what I was.
Either way, if the general consensus is that you'd like to move to a two-year procedure and that staff develop that 2-year procedure for review, heard. And
right. Then we can come back and make a motion once everything is updated.
Sure.
So is there a particular procedure? I'm sorry, Councilmember Tiedemann, go ahead.
I was just going to ask what procedure we were following for these regional appointments.
Okay, glad we're on the same page. Okay, go Nicole or Mala.
In terms of making the actual appointments?
Yes.
Typically in the past, and I'm only using the example of the past, not that it's stuck in concrete here, but we would just run down the list and gauge interest by the council members on what they'd like to serve on, and you did a vote if there were more than two. It's been more of a conversation in the past, so any format is really available.
All right, so we can start with the Alameda City Transportation Commission. Is that fair? All right. Vice Mayor Jordan?
So I probably not surprisingly have some interest in serving on this body, given my experience and having worked to have the Gilman project extended to Albany's doorstep, Gilman Roundabout project. That said, I'm also interested in the stop waste EBC combination, which I can describe why I think that's a combination. And so happy to serve on either of those or none of those as the council decides. The reason I see EBC and stop waste as a combination is EBC board also serves as the board of the Energy Council, which is essentially stop waste by another name to some extent for various reasons. And the Energy Council interfaces with BayREN, which is the regional organization that is supporting building electrification along with other energy efficiency measures. And EBC also has active programs in that area. So there's sort of a complex interaction between those two agencies. Currently, they each kind of have their own domains, and then they have overlapping domains. So I think there's some advantage to either having the same person serve both and or having the two people that serve individually on each be essentially directed or allowed by council to confer with each other so that they, between meetings, so that they can really articulate what's going on between those two agencies, because otherwise, I think we'll lose some opportunities that we might have otherwise.
Thank you. Real fast, Councilmember Nason. I would nominate Councilmember Nason. She was an alternative. I would like to see her appointed and possibly, if you're interested, maybe have you as an alternative. But I want to hear other nominations before we go forward. Councilmember Nason, but that is my nomination. You're on mute.
I was going to nominate myself as the representative and Vice Mayor Jordan as the alternate. The reason, well, we don't, I just, I think that, and I did spend a year on the Transportation Commission as well as serving as the alternate the past year. I think that for Albany, there is going to be a very critical set of issues coming up with regard to San Pablo Avenue. I suspect that I think we will have a diversity if it's myself and Vice Mayor Jordan will have a more diverse mix of perspectives. I also wanted to mention with regard to all of these are public meetings, and especially with Zoom these days, we don't know how long this will last, but people can come to meetings of which they are not a member if they have a deep interest. There is, that's absolutely part of this. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other nominations? All right, so it's Councilmember Nason, the appointee, and Vice Mayor Jordan, the alternate. All right, we'll go down to the next one. Association of Bay Government. Any nominations? Vice Mayor Jordan?
Do we need to vote?
On the no? I mean, do we?
I mean, I would like to serve on the Alameda CTC. So it would seem
Okay.
like we would vote in reverse order.
Okay, if that's okay. I'm sorry, let's go back. Let's bring it to a vote. And if you can do a roll call, start with Vice Mayor Jordan and then Councilmember Nason.
So this is for
the appointee.
Actually, I think
appointee to be,
Start.
in fairness would be the other way around.
Yep.
Yeah. Yes.
so it'll be Councilmember Nason being voted
Then
out
Jordan.
as the appointee first. Councilmember McQuay,
And this is for Councilmember Nason to be the
Correct.
representative, correct?
Right.
or ACTC.
Correct.
Yes.
Councilmember Nason,
Yes.
Councilmember Tiedemann,
No.
Vice Mayor Jordan,
No.
Mayor Gary.
Yes.
So I don't believe we need to.
Correct.
do the
No
vote.
vote. He'll just automatically be the alternative, correct? Alternate, right? Right. Okay. All right. So the next county regional body is the Association of Bay Area Government General Assembly. Any nominations? Councilmember Tiedemann?
I would be interested in serving in this position. I think this is a interesting regional body that intersects with a lot of my interest in larger issues, especially around housing.
Okay. Anyone else? I can be the alternate on this. All right. Let's go to the League of California Cities, East Bay.
I would be interested in doing that. I serve on their board of directors and hopefully 2 policy committees.
All right. Councilmember Tiedemann.
I would also be interested in serving on this one.
Any other nominations? All right, we'll go for a vote for the appointee. We'll start with Councilmember Tiedemann. Go ahead, ma'am.
Councilmember McQuay,
No.
Councilmember Nason,
No.
Councilmember Tiedemann,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
Mayor Gary.
No.
So the appointee will be Councilmember McQuay, and alternate will be
Yep.
Councilmember Tiedemann.
Correct. Waste Management Authority and Energy Council. Any nominations? Vice Mayor Jordan?
I would like to serve on that body.
All right. Any other? Councilmember Nason?
I'd be pleased to be the alternate.
All right. Any objections to what we have? All right, so it is. Vice Mayor Jordan, you are the appointee. Let's go to Alameda County Housing Authority.
I'm actually,
That one is a 4-year appointment, so.
Okay, so we'll just leave it with Councilmember McQuaid? Is that what you're saying? Okay, so be it. East Bay Sports Field Recreation, JPA. Councilmember Nason?
This connects to my interest in parks, and I like doing this.
Okay. An alternate? I will be the alternate. So the Library Commission, they appoint their own, correct?
Well, the library board would make a recommendation. to
Right.
the council.
Correct, okay.
But the next one will be the EBCE.
ABC,
East
okay.
Bay- East Bay Community Energy.
Okay. Any Vice Mayor, Councilmember Nason, go ahead, please.
I'm not interested in doing it myself, but I would like to suggest that perhaps having Councilmember Tiedemann with Councilmember Jordan as the alternate would mix things up a little bit, and they can share their wisdom about the energy portion of waste management and East Bay community energy.
All right. Any objectives? So Councilmember Tiedemann will be the appointee and Vice Mayor Jordan will be the alternate, correct? All right. The Alameda County Paratransit. It doesn't look like there's anyone, do we? No?
No, what happened
Okay.
is the appointee termed out during the pandemic.
Okay.
it's usually a community member, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. And then we'll skip down to the Alameda County Mosquito Abatement. Looks like Councilmember McQuaid is the appointee. Do anyone have any objections or nominations? Vice Mayor Jordan?
I just,
You can have it.
yeah, well, that's kind of what I was wondering. Kind of an odd thing, but I didn't get the sense that you were really like super excited about it. And it actually, because it deals with wetlands, it has a nexus with geology and geomorphology and stuff. So kind of the odd thing that I like to get my feet in the mud. Not that I will get to do that probably as a part of this, but figuratively speaking.
Well, you never know.
Sounds good. Councilmember Nason, go ahead, please.
I will joyfully nominate Mr. Councilmember Tiedemann to be your, the alternate.
Any objections to this? So Vice Mayor Jordan will be the appointee and Councilmember Tiedemann the alternate. All right.
Mayor,
sorry.
May I
Yes.
jump in for just a moment?
Please.
In looking at this and the subcommittees, it occurred to me, I believe that the Alta Bates Hospital Subcommittee should really move here to be a regional appointment. It's not a subcommittee that stands alone simply within Albany. It's actually the City of Berkeley Task Force on Alta Bates Hospital.
Okay.
So I would like to suggest that we move it into this category. And I would like to be the appointee. And we really don't need two. So having one and an alternate is perfect.
Right. And I can be the alternate on that, just in case Councilmember McQuaid can't make it or something. All right. Any objections to that? All right. So, go ahead.
I don't mind being the alternate and would probably go to meetings with Councilmember McQuaid.
Okay. That's fine. I'll step down and you can take that. That'd be great.
Interest in this one. Thank you.
Okay. Sounds good. All right. Any objections? All right. Let's go down to the committees and boards. We have the AUSCD, the Albany Unified School District, and the UC Village 2x2x2. I would nominate myself to be the appointee on this.
This one is.
This is a defined one.
Oh, okay.
Mayor and Vice Mayor.
Yeah, okay.
So you have these whether you like it or not, Mayor Gary.
Thank you, Erin. Thank you so much. Are we done or?
Yes.
Okay. Well then. All right. Any other questions? And we don't have to go to public. We're pretty much done with this. All right. All right. Now we have future agenda items.
Could we do the next?
Have one more item.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm moving way too fast. Sorry about that. That's the 12 for City Council Subcommittees Reorganization. Staff report as well. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. So this is another annual item that the City Council usually reviews and update the City Council subcommittees, whether or not the subcommittee should continue and which council members will serve on them. The council subcommittees are listed in the attachment, and also they're listed on every City Council agenda, with the exception of the Alta Bates Hospital Subcommittee, which just got moved to the regional body appointment.
All right, any discussion?
I sort of have a point of order, I think. I see there's 3 attendees waiting to speak. I don't know if they want to speak on this item or the last one.
But I think the last one we closed, but it has to be, I'm assuming this item.
Okay.
Because we did go out into public comment on the last item. So do we want to discuss first before we go to public comment? Any questions on the staff report that's been presented? Vice Mayor Jordan.
Just for my own clarity, so part of what we're considering is which of these to continue, or maybe we continue them all. Is that part of the discussion here, as well as which ones to populate?
Is that correct?
Yes, these have originated at different times as the councils started new topics and or originated out of your strategic plan. I envision there will be more subcommittees as you continue to do your work and you update the strategic plan. Some of these may have sunset either based on accomplishments or timeliness. So that's also procedurally something the council can look at this evening if there are certain subcommittees that are no longer necessary to continue meeting and you pave the way for additional subcommittees in the future.
Councilmember McQuaid, go ahead.
I would suggest community inclusivity and youth engagement have sort of morphed into the equity plan. So I would remove those at this time.
Councilmember Nason?
I wanted to say, I think both the ones that I serve on, the Waterfront Park and the San Pablo Avenue Corridor project, should very much continue to exist and to meet.
All right. Vice Mayor, Vice Mayor, hold on. Councilmember Cheatham, go ahead.
Just a point of order. Before we get into discussion of which committees to sunset or not, should we go to public comment and then go back to our discussion?
No, let's finish the our suggestions and then we'll go to public comment and then we'll bring it back to finalize everything. So,
cool.
Vice Mayor Jordan, go ahead.
Councilmember Tiedemann beat me too. I was going to make the same point. So
yeah, so let's
finish
this.
on there.
All right. So right now what we have is community inclusivity and youth engagement. Councilmember McQuaid said we should probably have those two removed. Is that correct?
Yes, because they're part of the equity project.
All right. And then Councilmember Nason, you said the waterfront, correct?
Waterfront and San Pablo Avenue, I would like to see those continue.
Let's see. Okay. So any objections to, let's do first the community inclusivity and youth engagement being removed. Any objections? All right. We'll remove those two. And then the waterfront and San Pablo Avenue corridor, those stay. Any objections? All right, those two stay. The cannabis ordinance, is that active? Go ahead, Vice Mayor Jordan.
I'm interested in making it active.
Okay.
But I'm just one person, so.
Councilmember Tiedemann.
I'm interested in making that active as well. And from what I know of what that subcommittee has been doing or the work that's been done, that's reviewing our moratorium on cannabis dispensaries, I believe. And I'm not sure what work has been done recently on that, but it's something that we can definitely find out from Peter and Nick.
All right, Councilmember McQuaid or Nason, any thoughts on that, on the ordinance?
Well, only that maybe we should do the strategic. I'm only to make sure that we're not tasking council members Jordan and Tiedemann to do something that maybe somebody has already done, or maybe that the council isn't interested in doing. That maybe we should go through the strategic planning process first, and then see through that process whether we want to go forward with next steps on this, if that makes sense.
That makes sense. Councilmember McQuaid, you want to add something?
I like that idea. I think that makes a lot of sense.
I do too. Are you, Vice Mayor Jordan and Councilmember Tito, are you in agreement with that? So let's have more discussion, make sure we're utilizing your time wisely, and then we can go from there.
Sure. Happy to wait for a richer conversation about it.
Okay.
Yeah, makes sense.
All right, sounds good. All right, any other discussion? It looks like we went through the list. Out to Bates Hospital.
That one got moved to the regional.
To regional, that's correct. So now we're going to push it out to the public comment. We have any attendees?
Hi, I was just wondering what it means when it says goal 3, objective 1. I'm just not sure what that means. And also, I just want to second everybody on the committees. I think you chose great people on these committees in the best interest of the Albany residents, including your experience, and also just the interest in the council members and the mayor to want to step up and take action in these parties. And I was just curious what the goal and objective kind of meant. I'm not really familiar with that. And the last thing for this one, and also I appreciate you opening public comment to every single agenda item. And I have something for future agenda items as well. So yeah, what does goal 1, objective 4 mean on these subcommittees?
All right, thank you, Jeremiah. Any other attendees? Mr. Pilch, go ahead.
Yes, hi, thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. So I apologize. I missed the public comment for the last item. And my only comment is that I would urge you to review the list of appointees and make sure that it's evenly distributed among council members and that there's that the council members agree to the distribution. And that's my only comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pilch. Mr. Martin, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I wanted to ask about the subcommittees. There had been, as we have the cross on Albany Hill being lit again by the Lions, despite the courts saying that it's a violation of the Constitution and needs to be addressed. There was a subcommittee recently with Pilch and Nason working on signage, which of course wouldn't help people from afar to understand what's going on, and that the fact that it's in the public park, you know, why it's in a public park and what's going on. But it's at least something, and I think a subcommittee to address, try to move things forward with that would be good. And maybe I missed something in a previous meeting, but if I could hear what happened to that, that would be good.
All right, thank you, Mr. Martin. Any other attendees?
That's it.
All right, let's bring it back to the council. Any further discussion? Can we answer Jeremiah's question? He wanted a little bit more explanation on the goals. If you can just give a brief explanation of what those entail.
Those are the from the strategic plan that council adopted. There's goals and objectives and tasks in there.
Okay. Any other discussion? All right, we don't need a vote because we were in agreement with everything being removed and staying in place?
We do need to discuss the subcommittee member for the ones that we're keeping in place.
Okay. But sorry, Vice Mayor Jordan, you had your hand up first, and then I'll get you, Councilmember McQuaid. Go ahead.
Yeah, that was just the point I was going to make, is that the composition of the body needs to be addressed, since at least one of the prior members is no longer here.
All right. Councilmember McQuaid and then Councilmember Nason.
We're probably going to say the same thing. I'm interested in continuing to serve on the Waterfront Committee, and I'd be happy to have Rochelle there with me.
All right. And Councilmember Nason?
I'd like to echo that. And on the San Pablo Avenue Corridor Project Committee, I would like to nominate Councilmember Jordan to replace Mayor Pilch and remain on it myself.
Okay. Any objections to those nominations? Before we move on, I'm sorry, Mr. Martin had a question and that needs to be addressed. So if we can address that question for him regarding signage, I guess it was a committee. Councilmember Nason, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm a surviving member of that. Mayor Pilch was the other member, and we have been holding discussions with community members about this entire issue. And I think that it's important that we find a really good way to bring the new to bring all of the new council members up to speed on this rather astonishing and mind-bogglingly complex history. But Mr. Martin is correct. We all swear to uphold the Constitution, and we have a constitutional problem that needs to be fixed. And I would suggest that we not do anything with this until after all the new council members have had a chance to consult with council, and then we've come back to figure out.
I would be in agreement with that. Any objections to what Councilmember Nason has stated? Everyone's in agreement? All right. Thank you again, Mr. Martin, for your comment.
So, Mayor, just
Yes.
just for confirmation, we will have the Albany Waterfront Park Subcommittee and also San Pablo Avenue Corridor Project.
Right. Those are only two. All right. Were there any objections to the nominations? All right. No vote is needed, so we'll go ahead and move. Future agenda items? Councilmember Tiedemann?
So I mentioned this to Nicole and Mala, but I think we need to take up discussion at some point soon about instituting a new residential eviction moratorium for COVID. We let ours lapse in the once 3088 passed, but seeing as that bill has a completely arbitrary end date, and I do not have confidence in the legislature to extend it in time, I think we need to get as much protection in place as possible and have our own moratorium in addition to the county's protections. And would love to have that discussion include, even stronger protections than the county. So I'd love to see us discuss that soon.
Sounds good. Councilmember Nason?
I just wanted to mention again the issue that I mentioned before about the Arts Committee and whether we might consider having the at-large seat be open to Albany people who do business in Albany but who don't necessarily live here.
All right, sounds good. Councilmember McQuaid, you have any? Vice Mayor Jordan? All right, now we'll take it out to public comment. Looks like we have Jeremiah. Go ahead. And before Jeremiah, you start, we're going to, I'm going to recommend that we have comment for 1 minute to suggest a public agenda item.
Okay.
Fine.
Yeah, thank you. I have 3 agenda items.
Okay.
One, City Clerk Ann Shu should get an award for doing a great job, and hopefully she gets a wage increase, a raise, and I hope Ann continues working in Albany and keep up the good work. Also, we talk about Mayor Pilch, but also Mayor Gary at the same time, and may be confusing to people watching these meetings. If we could possibly refer to Nick Pilch as either alumni mayor or former mayor, just so that way it's clearly understood. And last but definitely not least is showers, whether or not we could utilize the shower program I'm working with, SOS in Richmond with Daniel Barth, because I know it's not my shower, but if we could just continue the city efforts to bring some sort of shower to the Albany, City of Albany.
All right. Any other attendees, Ann? Corey, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Corey Dostie, they, them. Just following up with City Manager Nicole Almaguer. Wow, I'm not sure I said that name right. I'm sorry. About the reporting on Albany Cares and the other services. I would like to have that specifically say what services are available to non-senior disabled folks. I've sent an email with more details about what that looks like and how there is overlap with senior services and with homeless services, but it can be different. So I would just raise that as a distinct category within that report, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey, for your comment. Any other attendees?
That is it.
That is it. Thank you. Okay, I'll bring it back to the council. Have we missed anything? All right. We'll go ahead. I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Jordan, go ahead.
Before we adjourn, I just want to say, fantastic job.
Thank you.
Particularly given I could hear a little bit of what was going on in the background at some point.
Yeah.
So I'm like really in awe that you could keep
So
everything on track. So very impressive.
Sorry, at the end, I started moving around too fast, but it's because it's getting unbearable right now. So I appreciate it. Thank you so much. All right, we'll go to announcements of city meetings and events. Everyone just familiarize themselves with the upcoming meetings in the new year. Does anyone have a comment, anything they want to say to the public before we adjourn the meeting? No?
Holidays.
The holidays. I definitely want to encourage the public that, we're here for you. We know that 2020 has been a brutal year. We've lost a lot of loved ones and friends, and we've had to make some changes that we never thought in our lifetime we would have to do. We're Zooming, we're sheltering in place, and those things have caused some bit of strain in families' life and our professional lives. But I am hopeful that in 2021 that we will come together even stronger. The city will be even stronger. You have a fantastic council members here and staff. So I'm just encouraging everyone to definitely stay safe, mask up, and just come to the meetings and let your voice be heard so we can do the job that you have voted us in to do. And with that said, I want to say happy holidays, and this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.